The story begins in a very busy village, where many people are out on the streets, and commerce is always active. In a bar, someone slams a glass of liquor down onto the table with full force. Then the boy asks everyone to drink, saying he passed the EPOY Academy and wants everyone to celebrate with him tonight. While drinking, he accidentally bumps his elbow to the person next to him. Because he's so cheerful irritated, he tells the person to move and sit farther away, bragging and asking if they don't know his status. Seeing all this commotion, another boy approaches, trying to calm the situation down, telling him to leave the person alone. Continuing the party, the boy calms down and says he'll let it slide for today because he's in such a good mood. While everyone is celebrating inside the bar, someone mentions a hero festival, catching the attention of a masked person. Very excited, the drunk starts talking about the chosen hero Kyle, and within this group, there's the divine archer Lima and the saint Sarah, and lastly their leader Kyle, an extremely skilled warrior. Although the boy wonders if there wasn't another member in the group, then someone mentions that the other member was the Ash Mage, named Raniel Fontrias. They comment that Raniel doesn't do anything, because he's in hair and only handles small problems, while the leader does all the real work. One day before this party, we can see the group of heroes fighting non-stop against demons and monsters. The soldiers up front are battling a large creature, and notice the presence of the group of heroes, relieved by the reinforcements. As they approach the battle, the leader orders all the soldiers to fall back and slowly retreat. Then he slowly walks onto the battlefield, his leather boots echoing across the ground. The group's leader, Kyle Thorben, is so powerful that he emits an intense aura from his body. The divine archer, Limia, gets worried because there are 3 times more enemies than they were told, and this fight could be endless. Answering her friend, the ST, Sarah questions if the leader couldn't just defeat them all with one blow. Kyle replies that he can't, because if he attacks with full force, the entire royal army would be dragged into the battle. As soon as Kyle finishes his sentence, someone calls his name and touches his shoulder, trying to move him. In the background, the Ash Mage appears, dashing forward with all his power, overtaking his teammates. Without hesitation, he shoots into the air, quickly approaching the demon army in the distance. He activates several skills, including multiple spell launch and spell network. The girls wonder if Raniel has already defeated the demons behind them, but Sarah's stating that he's late. All this irritates the commander, who watches the scene with a serious expression, without saying a word. While in the air, the white-haired boy activates another spell, emanating a blue electric aura as he charges toward the enemies. Daniel is so powerful that several runes appear in the air and on the ground, beneath the demon army, preparing to activate his capture skill. After activating the spell, he starts running, energized by the runes following him and boosting his power, preparing for the final attack. After running for a few minutes, he extends his hands, which shine with blue electric lightning, and releases all his energy to finish the magic. In the background, the soldiers watch the huge explosion in the battle arena and comment that they expected nothing less from Kyle, even with the entire army defeated. A very strong man wearing a skull mask remains alive. However, without any fear and fully aware of his own power, the hero advances with his hand outstretched, ready to finish the fight. As the enemy approaches, he uses his hand crush ability, grabbing the skull's neck and using all of his strength to destroy it. With a strained expression, the boy unleashes his power without hesitation, determined to end the battle. Seeing all the destruction caused, the archer says that at least the man is useful, and the blonde, saying it doesn't matter because he keeps meddling. Adding to that, she says she has never seen anyone use magic on the front lines like that, and wonders what part of being a mage this is. Then looking at the leader, the blonde asks if he also finds the boy disgusting. To finish off the enemies, the boy clasps his hands together and uses a chain magic, pouring all his mana and aura into it, placing his hands on the ground. He activates the magic, causing a rune to appear, exuding a blue electric energy. Seeing all of this, the warrior draws his sword and approaches the battle, getting very irritated with his friend's behavior. The enemy, Skeleton, continues to be attacked by lightning, unable to move or counterattack. Seeing his ally approaching, the protagonist shouts, frightened because he wasn't supposed to do that, disrupting the process, wanting to take all the glory. The commander jumps, shouting, preparing a powerful attack with his sword toward the boss. A day passes, and the team of heroes is now in the city, while everyone celebrates the victory, shouting Kyle's name and forgetting about the MC. All of this deeply irritates the MC, who did all the work and was ignored, while his leader took all the glory, without doing anything, feeling embarrassed because no one recognizes him, and everyone congratulates Kyle. The boy puts on his hood to hide from the crowd. The crowd keeps shouting the leader's name nonstop, very happy and excited with the idea that the team managed to win. The team heads toward a house, resembling a bar, to celebrate the victory and relax a little. When everyone enters, the protagonist is the last to go in and asks when the next fight will be, wanting to stand out. Then the team leader asks them to stop talking about that, while the hero removes his hood. Irritated, he adds that the boy doesn't fit in with the team, leaving him completely shocked. This implies that for the team, defeating the demon was about bringing peace and justice. But for the boy, it was just a personal achievement. The leader then states that when he sees someone wanting more honor than they should, he feels utterly disgusted. The three turn to the mage, expecting him to leave, as the expulsion is definitive and irreversible. The boy is left speechless, staring at his former teammates, not knowing what to say or how to react. Seeing that the boy doesn't move, the leader once again says he wants him to leave the team. That phrase echoes in the boy's mind. Time passes, and we return to the drunkard celebration, where we see the protagonist thrown in some boxes. Two moyers are beating up the protagonist and ask if he wanted to become friends with a good student. From Aplia, the masked boy, very depressed, speaks in a low voice, but they always say it's his fault. He adds that everyone claims he always messes things up and that the team had to clean up after him. They also say that the boy only cared about his own goals and the efficiency of the mission, ignoring the rest. The drunkard prepares a magic spell, saying he'll wake him up with it, but his friend asks if they can really use magic on a civilian. Depressed, the protagonist kneels down and continues, saying that even though there were days he really went overboard, this was no way to treat him. He starts approaching the two drunkards, while remembering all the times he saved the team and the entire city, and yet was ignored, preparing a blue fire magic. A boy asks if defeating the black dragon on the four sacred kings is something small. Then he recalls a memory where he was fighting enemies, and his leader started running away in fear, while he kept advancing. He states that they were the ones who ran away, with their tails between their legs, when they encountered the Demon King. He remembers how he was left alone to face the Demon King's army, having to use all his strength without any help. Reviewing memories, he gets angry, emoting blue magic, saying he was the one who had to sacrifice half of his life so that his team could escape. He adds that his team was always looking for easy fights, but in reality, they were just tired of watching him, trying to defeat the Demon Lord. The black-haired boy starts remembering who the mage is and becomes completely terrified, very angry with everything he suffered. The boy then starts preparing an attack to defeat the two civilians without any mercy. Extending his hand, ready to snap his fingers, he says furiously that he is the one who doesn't want to be part of that bunch of idiots. As he snaps his fingers, something happens, and we see a white-haired boy with a wound on his head, with his hand on his head. The person explains that he was remembering how he got the body. He is using we see an old man, saying he was impressed when his disciple appeared, with a completely different appearance from usual. Before saying anything, he stares at the boy's face, trying to find the right words. Finally, he calls him by his name, Rainiel, The girl was actually the mage, who is now in the body of a completely innocent girl, helping his disciple. The old man says that she can no longer be called Rainiel. From that day forward, now her name is Rania von Trias. He adds that from now on, she will be treated as an assistant teacher at Aptly Academy. Looking directly into the girl's eyes, he asks if she is ready for her second life, her second chance. Recalling everything she has done, she says that over the past 5 years, she fought against the demon lords, alongside a terrible team. Even now, in a peaceful situation at the academy, everything still feels very strange to her, as she is not used to it. All she remembers are bad memories from when she was part of the team and was completely ignored by everyone. She recalls the time she fought the demon lord alone and did not receive any praise or recognition for it, but now trying to leave the past behind. Rania says to forget about all of that and asks if there's anything she needs to prepare for the future. Then she concludes that this is enough. After all, she finally left that team and became a teacher's assistant at the academy. It is late afternoon in a forest, and as birds begin to fly away, a person screams desperately. Animals approach, a man standing in front of a broken cart, as he shouts for them to go away. This species of wolf, mixed with demon, roars with all its strength, preparing to attack the enemy. Desperate seeing that he was about to be attacked, the man raises his hand to his face to try to lessen the pain of the strike. However, before he could be attacked, someone defeats the animals, splattering liquid all over the area. The man is completely astonished, as he was saved by someone and will be able to live another day, while the masked figure activates magic to scare off the other animals. The merchant, very curious, asks who his savior was. The animals continue advancing, as the girl protects the merchant, saying her name is Rainiel, the Mage of Ashes. Using all of her speed before the beast can get closer, she prepares her magic with blue runes. The magic is strong enough to throw all of them far away, sending them flying with full force. Rainiel then explains that she managed to escape the demon in the past by making a pact with the stars. Many demon wolves are thrown into the air, left completely suspended, and unable to attack the merchant. However, one of the beasts manages to stay grounded, using all the strength of its paws to hold onto the soil and avoid being thrown away. The protagonist is emanating blue magic as more and more beasts approach, but she is not intimidated at all, for she knows her powers and how strong she truly is. As a wolf rushes at her with full speed, the girl explains that the pact came with a price to be paid, planting her foot firmly on the ground to avoid being thrown backward. While using magic, the girl prepares to defeat them all. Just one blast of her magic is enough to launch all the wolves into the air, once again defeating some and severely injuring others. The magic is so powerful that the blue explosion can even be seen beyond the trees. Then, the girl explains that the pack had negative effects. Now, she can no longer run away from the demon lord. Meanwhile, a large wolf survives and prepares to attack. In a surprise move, it charges, aiming a powerful bite with its sharp teeth toward the mage's back, planning to defeat her with all her speed. The girl manages to dodge, making the enemy miss the bite and charge against the wind. She cannot escape from the demon lord because his curse remains in her heart. Meanwhile, the beast flies forward, smashing its head against the ground. After falling and hitting its head, it becomes very angry, thinking of defeating the girl. However, the girl is very powerful and points a finger that emits blue runes, preparing to defeat the creature. Because of the curse, she can no longer go on adventures, and so she unleashes a lightning magic at the creature's head. Defeating it, the magic is powerful enough to completely destroy the enemy's body and send the other corpses flying even farther, turning to the person she saved. The girl, after finishing the battle, asks if the man is all right, holding the hand of the savior as he gets up. The man thanks her profusely and asks to at least know her name. The girl, still not used to it, says that her name is Rami, almost slipping and saying the wrong name. She then adds that this part of the path is dangerous and that one must be careful around there. The man thanked her once again, saying that he had almost forgotten that detail. Putting her mask back on, the girl heads off into the distance, saying that she is leaving the battlefield. After some time, the story shifts to a house, secluded in the middle of the forest, surrounded by several lush flowers. Approaching the house, the girl, now holding a wooden staff, says as men, a long time since she visited that place. The member of the hero team, reigning old a Mage of Ashes, retires starting today. Inside the house, there is an old man with a serene and calm expression, seemingly the protagonist's mentor. Opening the door, the boy, now in his original body with short hair, looks toward the horizon, watching the sunset. Then he begins entering the house, while his mentor scolds him, saying that he could have been defeated. The old man keeps complaining, claiming that the boy always denies everything he learned about the magical arts. However, with a smile on his face, the boy says nothing. In response, the old man asks if he still wants to go somewhere, kneeling before his mentor. The boy says he's stepping away from that life, retiring, surprising the man. Seeing all this, the old man becomes very angry, saying that he understands, and calling him a useless disciple. Then, irritated, he says that if the disciple brings the demon lord's head, the next time he comes, he will accept him as an apprentice. It has been 5 years since this task was given to the protagonist, and Mauve returns to his mentor's house, wanting to become an apprentice once again. Getting close to the door, the girl says she wanted to bring the demon lord's head to the old man. Then, she knocks on the door to get the trainer's attention. As soon as a man answers, he looks very curious, asking who the person in front of him is, as he had never seen her before. Removing her mask, the girl becomes very embarrassed because she is not who her master remembers. Then, smiling, she says she's back, but now she has a feminine appearance. This unsettles the old man, who is left speechless, not knowing what to say. The man is very smart and realizes that the girl is actually the Mage of Ashes, Ragnall, and says that he understands what happened. Feeling disappointed, he says he would have stopped his discipline if he had known he would end up like this, frightening the girl. In truth, the old man did not understand anything and starts crying, asking if the girl came to deliver the last words of his disciple. He adds that he was filled with pride when he saw his disciple achieving victories alone, and became even happier when he heard that he defeated the Black Dragon. Completely uncomfortable, the girl asked for a chance to speak, finally trying to explain what happened. Then, with a nervous smile, she says that in fact her name is still Rainiel, and that she is no longer the boy she used to be. To prove she isn't lying, she energizes her staff with magic. The old man, who looks like Jesus, is completely astonished, realizing that the person in front of him is truly his apprentice. Mouth agape, he asks if that is Ianiel's magic. The Magic of Ashes, completely shocked by the situation. He stares at the girl for a few seconds, trying to understand what's happening, and then finally asks if she is really the boy from before. The girl says she is happy because she finally convinced her master that she returned to complete her task. However, before she could even finish her sentence, the mentor fires an energy blast at the girl, using all his magic and strength. The blast, however, targets the staff, completely destroying it and reducing it to rubble, leaving the girl speechless. Unexpectedly, the old man turns around and starts heading back inside the house, calling the girl to come in as well. The girl becomes very happy because she finally convinced her mentor that she truly is the Mage of Ashes. Sitting in a chair, the old man begins writing a letter to Rosal, the former master of the Tower of Ashes. He continues writing to his dear professor from Aptly Academy, the magical academy. Many letters have arrived for him from people asking if he heard about the professor's retirement announcement and if he knows the man's whereabouts. Other letters say that they would like a recommendation from the Mage of Ashes for the Tower of Magic. The old man becomes very irritated, shouting that he has received hundreds of letters from all kinds of people and places with piles of letters on the table. He asks angrily if there is another idiot besides the girl. who decided to announce the retirement. Out of nowhere, he adds that he thought his disciple had been defeated a long time ago, since he was never contacted again, and only received these letters. Then he asks the girl to bring all the letters, because he's going to burn them. Finally, one letter remains. A letter from the headmaster of Applea Academy, Aaron Van Turrent, and the old man says not to burn it, because this one is normal. In the letter, the headmaster writes once again to his dear friend, Rose Alventrius. He says that summer has begun at Applea Academy, and that there is a strong will to learn. He asks how the preparations for the semester are going, saying that he is writing not as a headmaster, but as a friend. He continues by asking if the mentor knows the whereabouts of the disciple, the Mage of Ashes. He finishes by stating that the freshmen have talent to lead during these difficult times, and that the teachers are becoming nervous. Finally, he asks where the disciple is, while holding all the letters. The old man orders them to be burned mercilessly, activating magic with blue fire. The girl asks if he's sure about what he's going to do, as the letters burn. She questions if this won't cause any problems. The old man retorts, telling her to stop talking nonsense, and to keep burning everything, as there are still many letters left. A lot of time passes, as the girl destroys letter after letter, trying to finish it all quickly. After eliminating all of them, the old man tries to start a conversation with his apprentice. Looking directly at the girl, he asks how this happened to her, since she suddenly changed gender and appeared as a girl. The girl becomes very uncomfortable, starts sweating cold, and tries to dodge the subject. Ends up speaking. She explains that after she left the team, she went to a bar and found herself in a very bad situation. Tried to explain better. She says she encountered a woman who emitted a very malicious purple magic. She was about to be defeated, spilling a lot of red liquid all over the arena. Getting weaker and weaker, she lost blood. She even needed to kneel powerless. The purple mage approached the protagonist while creating an orb of energy, with some plan in mind. But Romeo was not ready to give up, and with a jump prepared a counterattack. He'd launch a blue man of vortex magic, but Submi says he's not sure how exactly it happened, while the girl continues burning letters. The old man says that it doesn't matter, and that there must be a reason for everything. Then he asks what her plans are from now on, happy to have a second chance. The girl says she doesn't want to return to the magic tower, or to the hero team. She wants to make the most of this new opportunity. She adds that she doesn't know what to do, and that's why she came to her master seeking advice. The headmaster's letter from Applea Academy catches her attention, and she stares at the runes thoughtfully. The old man approaches silently, scratches his beard, and reflects along with the girl. Then he asks if she has considered anything yet. After a moment, he adds, if a girl has thought about doing a favor for an old friend of his. The scene then shifts to the great towers of the Magic Academy. Finally, the old man asks if the girl would consider doing a favor for the Royal Academy of Applea. And going there, the story begins at the Magic Academy. As someone says, they have a good candidate for a new teacher at the school. This makes the headmaster very excited, asking if it's true while smiling broadly, trying to convince the man. The old man says he is telling the truth and is speaking of one of the best candidates in the imperial capital, leaving Aaron very surprised, because he is sure they're talking about the Mage of Ashes. Becoming completely anxious to finally meet him. Without wasting time, the man opens the drawer and tells them to quickly get the contract. As soon as he opens the drawer, the old man shatters expectations by saying that actually it's his newly adopted daughter, making the headmaster stop astonished. He adds that the girl's abilities are reliable and very strong, making the professor ask about the Mage of Ashes. He had been expecting so much, leaving the mentor speechless, trying to change the subject and dodge the question. Then he asks what his friend is talking about. He starts explaining that the girl's name is Ronnie Evantrius, and her basic abilities are solid, and she has great strength in her body. He says that she would probably be a good teacher too, which leaves the headmaster very irritated, clenching his teeth, speechless, angry. The man says that his friend always preaches impartiality, but now he is recommending a relative, and that this is something that cannot happen at the academy, which is the cradle of learning for the world. All this stuff greatly irritates the old man, who thinks his friend is too stubborn, and he starts getting nervous. Then the headmaster starts saying that he worked all these years without assistance, and a friend responds that it was because the assistants had too much work and ended up giving up. Halfway through, annoying Aaron slams the table, asking if they know how important this year is, saying, I need to be honest about how they hire teachers. Then throwing several papers using magic. He says that all those letters are from people who wish to join the academy. They cannot disappoint anyone. While all this is happening, the old man calmly sips his coffee and says, it's very impressive. He adds that this is just another reason for his daughter to be hired into the school. It greatly irritates the headmaster. Some time passes, and the girl is seen opening the door to a place full of scientific instruments. Actually, the place she is in is the Royal Library, where several students are studying magical arts. Walking through the corridors, the girl says that it has been 6 years since she was here, and that she only came because her master sent her. Another girl starts walking in the opposite direction, wearing soft and silent red leather slippers. A memory of her mentor speaking appears in the girl's mind, and in it he says that she will soon become a teacher's assistant. This leaves the girl very sad, as she has nothing to do there, and had already finished reading all the school's books a long time ago. So all that remains is boredom. She starts walking since as long as she's there. She shouldn't waste time, and must make the most of the months she'll spend at the school. Then something catches the girl's attention, and she turns around, trying to see who is making the noise. A boy is conducting experiments, but it seems it's not working, because he starts complaining that the mana is not floating. It becomes clear that he is writing runes, but it is not working, because he complained that the mana from the pen won't flow. But this wasn't an isolated event, as other people also started complaining that the mana suddenly stopped floating. A student says, there's only one reason for mana to stop, and asks the others if it's their first time in this library. Very confused, the girl starts wondering why the mana isn't flowing, but she continues on because she cannot interfere. While locking, someone taps the MC's shoulder and explains that the only reason mana stops working is the presence of the princess. The name of the fourth princess is Lady Isla, and she is currently at the Royal Library. The two burros kneel down to pick up the fallen books, while the protagonist apologizes. Then, she picks up the papers that have fallen to the ground, written with some strange runes, and this catches the protagonist's attention, making her break out in a cold sweat as she looks directly at the girl. In fact, the girl in front of her is the fourth princess, a star loved even by the other stars. We return to the headmaster's office, as he comments that someone like the princess wants to enter the academy. The old man responds that he heard they had been receiving news about the war situation. He then starts reading the girl's record to find out if she's a good student and whether it is worth letting her into the school. The headmaster explains that the frontline warriors were defeated again, and this happened because of the withdrawal of the Mage of Ashes. Thanks to all this, the princess had to start reading the circuit diagram. Finally, the headmaster asks, where exactly is the disciple of his friend? While gathering the books very skillfully, the protagonist notices that the person in front of her is, without a doubt, the fourth princess Isla. She then remembers that this was the same girl who always asked to be taught every time the MC entered the library 6 years ago, and she reflects on how much the girl has grown since then, becoming a woman. Looking ahead, the princess seems confused and wears a very serious expression, saying nothing as she waits for the girl to return her books. She then asks if the white-haired girl is a mage because of her robe, and the girl replies that she is. The girl says that it's useless because they keep adding more incompetent mages to the academy. She then reflects that there are no mages who solve problems or analyze circuit structures. Everyone is useless except for the Mage of Ashes. And then she asked aloud, how many people were sacrificed because of mages? Like that, she then asks the girl in front of her if she understands what it really means to be a true mage. And she calls herself one. She quickly corrects herself, apologizing for being so bothersome, and thanking the girl for picking up the materials. That fell, however. One paper was left on the floor, prompting the protagonist to pick it up and call the girl's attention, telling her to take it. She extends her hand at the paper, offering it very kindly. This catches the blonde girl's attention, who realizes that indeed one paper had been left behind, and turns to retrieve it. Upon finally picking up the paper, she wonders if it is a barrier circuit, written with runes on it. Then someone replies that it is an escape, and the two stare at each other for a few seconds. Without saying much, the protagonist replies that it's a circuit, created by a human skeleton, surprising the blonde girl. This type of circuit was extremely difficult to solve, and even mages, who weren't on the front lines, had tried to find a solution. The blonde says she doubts she can solve, and asks for it back. But the MC says that if she plays around with it a little, she might solve it. This leaves the blonde speechless, wondering if she was wrong, because she is sure that this person is someone important. Irritated, she says she has been insulted enough and tells the white-haired girl to solve the circuit, since she wants it so badly. Using all her knowledge, the MC moves her fingers saying, it's just about doing this and it will work. But nothing happens. Seeing the magic not working, she wonders why it's not succeeding. The princess replies that you can't use mana there, and asks if the girl doesn't know where she is, because there's a restriction among the stars. Then the princess starts bragging, saying that the stars bless her with control of the mage's mana. But the heroine ignores her words. She starts using her blue magic on the paper, creating several runes behind it, and emanating a lot of blue energy. She positions herself better, planting her foot on the ground, to avoid being thrown back. When she releases the magic surprises all the students, because it was supposed to be impossible to use magic there. Yet the girl is emitting aura throughout the room. All the students are amazed, mouths wide open, asking what is happening and what that is. The girl with glasses asks if that's really mana, because it shouldn't be possible, since the princess is present, and all magic is supposed to be restricted. But this doesn't seem to bother the heroine, who continues using her magic to unlock the circuit. She continues, creating more and more runes throughout the room, emitting all her power, and leaving everyone impressed with her skill. The blonde who had been unmasked is shocked, saying this isn't possible. As she watches all the magic being unleashed, she is very impressed. As the white-haired girl materialized, the skeleton's barrier, in an instant, she wonders how to even describe this, because solving it was easy, but explaining it was extremely difficult. Then someone shouts for a moment of silence, as the students are pushed back by the strong wind of the magic. The girl finishes the magic and says she will show the blonde directly, asking her to watch carefully. The protagonist's magic is so powerful that it illuminates the entire royal palace in the school, visible from all places. Back at the house, the girl asks if he heard anything, but the mentor says no, because his friend is stubborn. Coughing a little, the mentor explains that his friend has strong feelings for the academy. Then sadly, the protagonist says that maybe being a teacher's assistant is no longer an option, and asks what she should do if she fails, while the man tells her not to worry, because they will find another way. 3 people approach the secluded house, among the trees. As the two talk, someone knocks on the door, interrupting everything and calling for the professor, asking if he is home. However, without even waiting for an answer, the person already starts opening the door rudely. They meet, and the mentor asks if the man in front of him is the royal escort, Mr. Harville, asking what brings him there. The man asks if the little girl Rania is at home, and the old man responds that yes, his daughter is home, then pulling out a golden chest full of gold and a set of clothes. Inside, the man says he has something to deliver to her. He approaches the girl and says, "These are gifts from the 4th Princess, Ela. This leaves the white-haired girl completely stunned, as she didn't expect a gift from the fourth princess, Ela. The man says that it is to congratulate her for becoming a teacher's assistant at the academy. The protagonist is surprised because she was previously the Major of Ashes and now has become an academy worker. Inside a huge palace, someone tells the princess that the circuit diagram was sent to the battlefield. However, the man says he is worried, making the princess calmly ask what the problem is. He explains that he is concerned about Rania because the barrier circuit she analyzed is very complicated and might not be used correctly. Then he apologizes for speaking out of turn, but the girl says it's okay, and then it's normal to think that way. Very sad, leaning on the table, the blonde says, "That's exactly why they held the meeting today." The soldier states that he heard all the masters of the magic towers will attend this meeting. The princess stands up as her butler asks if the white-haired girl will pass the test. Placing all her trust, she says she will definitely pass and ask them to believe in her. While looking out of a window, seeing the sun in the entire forest, she says she will do well in this meeting. Back in her mentor's house, the white-haired girl becomes very upset upon learning that she must wear a dress to attend the meeting. The man explains that the dress was a gift from the princess, so it is necessary to wear it, asking the girl to quickly change and head to the meeting. The girl asks about the information that all the masters will be gathering at the magic tower. The old man responds that yes, it seems all of them are considering attending. He says the masters heard that there is a new student associated with the magic towers and will likely want to test her. Even so, since the princess will be present, it is best to dress as beautifully as possible to impress whoever is there. After a few minutes, the girl puts on the required outfit, looking formal like a teacher. Then she reflects that above all, it is the same outfit that was given to her as a gift when she was teaching the princess. At the royal library, she begins to reflect on the princess and everything surrounding her, pausing for a few seconds, thinking to herself. Then she imagines that maybe the princess has several outfits in the same style and distributes them around. Feeling a little disappointed, the pink trees make the surroundings much more beautiful and lovely wherever they pass. The mentor and his adopted daughter head toward their destination, full of hope that everything will go well. Sitting on a very comfortable chair, someone comments that a man named White seems very nervous. In truth, this man is the master of the Black Magic Tower, and he says he cannot blame his friend because the people from the Gray Magic Tower are coming, so trying to break the ice because his friends are very nervous. He says that all this talking is making him anxious. The master of the White Magic Tower says that it is not nervousness and that the man's eyes are deceiving him because he is actually relaxing. The two begin to argue until the Black Magic Master teases by saying that, unlike her, he does not waste elixirs trying to stay young. Then a man wearing glasses draws everyone's attention by announcing that Professor Ventrius has arrived. Together with the professor is his assistant, named Rania Ventrius, who arrives with great calm and elegance. The attention of all the masters turns toward the arrival of the professors, as they all have high expectations for this assistant. Girl, the difference in power among the magic towers was created by the old man, who led the Great Gray Magic Tower, the most powerful so far. Stoneman reflects that it is a relief that old Rosal did not bring that monster along with him. This time the girl, seeing her friend arrive with her mentor, gives a happy smile at how the meeting is unfolding. She promptly stands up going to greet her colleagues, eager for what is to come. Walking in the grand outfit, the protagonist seems uncomfortable because she is not used to wearing that type of clothing. The three professors start staring at her, each reflecting in their own way, for they had never seen someone who was enacted in such a peculiar manner. All three think that, even though she can control her mana in a surprising way, she seems more ordinary than they imagined. Someone reflects that it is probably just a rumor that the protagonist used mana in front of the princess, since she is a star. Several minutes pass. Everyone moves to their places, so the meeting can truly begin. When the girl and her mentor sit down, the girl feels very uncomfortable. The meeting feels strange. Finally, a young woman asks the princess to initiate the meeting, having the proper authorization. The master of the White Magic Tower takes the floor, saying, "It is an honor to meet the professor's new assistant." She explains that the masters gathered today to better understand the qualities of Remia Ventrius. Old Rosal from the Gray Magic Tower is responsible for handling the basics mana. He explains that as a professor's assistant, the girl needs to be involved in this class, which makes Rainia reflect that the woman has a lot of attitude. Then the master slams her hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention and summarizing her point. She says that this means Rainia will teach the best of the best students, Lord Lark. She explains that he is the next leader of House Grace, known as the Commanders of the North, and asks if the girl is qualified to teach him, trying to demoralize her. The mage provokes by saying she can see the fear on her face, and asks if she wants to give up now. The old man explains that this is the new student of the White Tower, and that the woman is just bragging because she has someone so important under her tutelage. The mage from the Black Tower agrees, and the woman says that he might be old, but he still has an eye for this kind of situation. However, the mage from the Black Tower adds that his friend does not believe in the strong skills and qualifications of the assistant teacher. In fact, the strongest of all students is his own pupil, named Belnoa. He explains that no matter how good the boy from the White Tower is, he would never be able to destroy an organization alone, like his student did. This makes the mentor stress, as he comments that this is the new student from the Black Magic Tower. The two masters start arguing, thinking they are insulting each other, as one points a finger at the other's face. While the silly fight happens, a bearded man watches them a little disappointed. Then he calls for his colleague's attention, asking for the floor, which makes the two stop arguing. He says he understands the feelings of the Magic Towers regarding Apley Academy. However, he believes that those who should evaluate his daughter's skills and qualifications are the students she will be teaching. This argument is very good, leaving the protagonist with a smile on her face, finding it a fair proposal. Then he throws some papers onto the table, saying that his proposal for what should happen is right there. It concerns the class test that all school students must take before the academy's entrance ceremony. He adds that he will appoint his daughter as one of the supervisors, and if she can manage everything, she will be qualified to teach. This makes the protagonist scared, as this test is important for all schools, especially for the academy, which is renowned. Very sad and nervous, the girl wishes she had been warned about this earlier, as she doesn't even know what it means to be a supervisor. Time passes, and the story now finds itself in the Hermain Forest, more specifically at its entrance. The boy of the classes speaks loudly to all the students, explaining the class test. This confuses the students, as they had already taken this test once before. Someone comments that if they are repeating the test, it means there are many skilled students in the school. Now another student approaches and yells, asking why. The test needs to be conducted in this isolated forest, without patience. The man warns that all students who misbehave will be asked to leave, and tells them to gather around. All this explanation tires the mage, who starts yawning out of boredom, finding it dull. Then in the background, for students arrive last, while someone shouts announcing their arrival. In fact, these four are the strongest students in the academy. Among them is the princess. It is said that the blonde girl is the strongest mage in all history. The four are powerful, each with distinct characteristics and superior abilities in different areas. Someone comments that besides being very talented, they also have the support of the tower mages. This makes the protagonist uncomfortable, as the group looks very stylish, and she wishes she could have been part of a group like that. Back at her time, hearing all the chatter, the girl reflects that there's a lot of noise for this early in the morning, and wonders if no one wants to sleep at this time. When everyone finally gathers, The supervisor starts reading the test rules. Some time passes, and a sign with runic writing can be seen on a tree. The supervisor finishes the explanation and says that, if needed, you can repeat one more time. The girl starts walking towards the test location, while the boy announces that the class test for the students is finally about to begin. Yawning a lot, the girl leans her head and says she needs a coffee to stay awake. Isaacin starts by saying he will explain the test to the older students. Reading the paper, the boy says you will begin with introductions. Quite obviously. Then he presents his ally, the new assistant teacher, Ronnie Avantris, who embarrasses, says it is a pleasure to meet everyone. The students wonder if the girl is Professor Rosal's adopted daughter. The test will be conducted in the forest, and the students will be divided into 4 regions. For this test, one group will stay in the north region, another in the south, a third in the east, and the last one in the west, being spread throughout the forest. At the center of each region, there will be a magic stone, and students will earn points for the time they spend touching that stone. Defensive and offensive tactics are allowed up to a certain point during the test. However, if a supervisor determines that a student has gone too far, they must intervene. The most important thing of all is to make sure not to approach the mana around the center of the forest, confirming if everyone understands. The man asks if they're all aware of the reason they must not approach. The battalionist, however, wonders why there is so much trouble just to conduct the test in that location. With a smile on his face, the boy adjusts his glasses and says he just thought of something. He informs that it has not yet been decided in which region the professor's assistant will supervise, leaving the girl surprised. Since Rania arrived later than the others, the assistant decided to leave her assignment for last. He uses magic to open a map with runes and says that the girl will be in charge of supervising the northern region. He then comments that there should not be many problems for her there, adding that he trusts Rania will do a good job. While the boy with glasses explains everything, the students grow restless as they are sending a newcomer to supervise the northern area. All the students continue to pay close attention to the explanations. Then the man finally announces that the class test for the students is about to begin. The team split up, while a bald student says goodbye to his friend, telling her he will go ahead and see her later. Each team gathers at a blue rune circle to be transported to the 4 regions. Very startled, Rania begins to reflect, since she was assigned to the north region, where there apparently is some danger. The boy with glasses also greatly annoys the protagonist, as he keeps pressuring her. Adding to it, he says there are things to be mentioned about the north region, where her ally was assigned. With a strange smile on his face, the man says that this is a special region, and, as if trying to flirt, he adds that in that region is the strongest student from the Black Magic Tower, Belno, and also the strongest student from the White Magic Tower, Lark Van Grace. Finally, the assistant explains that these 2 are in the northern region, and asks if Rinya feels confident about the task she was given. In a Machiavellian tone, he asks what the problem is if the girl thinks she will have trouble dealing with that region. There are many conflicting interests among the masters of the magic towers, and the moment their prodigies get injured, neither side will remain silent. Rania waited years to become the professor's assistant and cannot allow anything to take that away from her. Adjusting his glasses, the man continues, stating that both are strong battle mages and asking the girl to be careful. Sweating coldly, the girl says that everything will be fine, while reflecting that the assistant is underestimating her too much as she watches the students step into the ruins to be transported to their regions. The protagonist realizes that this place is full of weirdos, in the background hidden from view. The boy with glasses begins to laugh maliciously, as if he has a plan in mind. Inside the Black Magic Palace, someone informs the magic director that the test has just started. Sitting in his chair, and the Black Magic director begins to reflect, anxiously awaiting the test results. In truth, he's holding the heroine's profile in his hands, reading it from beginning to end. While saying that, he intended to wait for the test results. He got distracted by something strange. Suddenly Ronnie of Ventress became the supervisor for the best student of black magic, thinking he was the only one to notice. The black magic master recalls that his tower conducted research on people capable of storing spells in their bodies. However, despite all this, he cannot realize something important. Even with all the research his tower has conducted, he cannot determine how many spells the girl has in her body. And even a mage as powerful as he could not decipher such ancient circuits. Then he returns to his senses and relaxes, saying that for now, he will simply enjoy the class test. Regardless of what happens, nothing should interfere with the test results. Smiling confidently in his student, he says that it does not matter. If Lark is a disciple of the White Tower, he will never defeat Bell. Speaking aloud and without fear, he assures that he can already see the doubtful expression on the White Tower, Mage's face. The story shifts to the northern region of the forest, where a great magic surpasses all other locations, emanating a powerful aura. As soon as the test begins, a student charges through the dark terrain. Without any fear of defeat, he starts emanating a powerful red magic from the ground beneath his feet. The magic is called shadow weaving, and the boy spreads it across all the surrounding terrain, including the trees. In another part of the northern region, another student walks with confidence and elegance. This is the disciple of the White Tower, who upon noticing something ahead, stops and analyzes what is happening. What catches the boy's attention is the disciple from the Black Tower, making him wonder if this is the boy the old Black Tower Mage was talking about in Belnoa's memories. He hears his master affirm that his role is to show everyone that he is the best disciple. This memory motivates the young man, who begins to emanate magic from his eyes, which take on a red tone of energy. Confident, he reflects that this is nothing different from the tasks he always receives. At his tower, however, the white-haired boy notices his enemy and becomes scared, wondering what to do next. To avoid being defeated, he pulls a sledgehammer from his cloak and shouts for his opponent not to hide, because warriors do not hide. Hearing this, the boy from the Black Tower charges at his rival at full speed, emanating magic. Using his strength, Belnoa launches a burst of red mana toward his enemy, intending to defeat him in a single blow. The disciple from the White Tower, however, is also well trained and throws his sledgehammer and axe at his rival. The axe is strong enough to cut part of the red energy blast in half, blocking it for a few seconds and preventing it from hitting anyone. This impresses the young man, who watches the axe while thinking about which magic he will cast next to finally triumph in that battle. Then he decides to cast red magic onto the blade of the axe or throw it far away, avoiding being hit and defeated a single strike. This whole situation seems to tire him, and he struggles to dodge his rival's attack. He tries to steady himself on the ground after dodging, stating that this was harder than he had imagined. Suddenly he looks toward where his opponent should be and realizes that he has disappeared, wondering what happened to his enemy. But suddenly something catches Belno's attention from atop the trees. The boy observes, but does not have time to react. He looks up and sees his enemy descending at full speed from the trees, reflecting that he truly looks like a battle mage. The successor of the Northerners jumps from the trees, using the haste skill, with his sledgehammer in hand, trying to strike his opponent. However, before he can land the blow, the disciple from the White Tower creates a red energy shield, defending against the impact. Then Lark jumps from the red energy, trying to land on the ground and recover himself to return to the fight. Elegantly watching his enemy, the emo-haired boy reflects that the story about slicing a troll in half was not just a rumor. While observing the man, who shows no signs of being tired, he realizes that this fight will be very difficult to win. But pointing a finger at his rival, he affirms that it is not, as if he has lost the fight already. A red energy starts swirling around his hand, powering up his strikes. Using a lot of mana, He activates an offering magic, causing his finger to break. However, something epic is about to happen. As he becomes much more powerful, now the red magic begins to emanate up to the treetops, indicating that his power is increasing. Someone watches the fight from above the trees and says that these kids are very skilled. Up in the trees, the protagonist is observing everything carefully, commenting that the boys are full of energy, making the fight fun to watch. She states that the masters of the towers boasted so much that it was hard to tell what was true and what was just rumor. But the girl reflects that both are very skilled and interesting to watch. Looking at Lark, she says that this one in particular could be sent immediately to the battlefield. Maybe. That's why the White Tower had so much pride in this. Disciple, on the other hand, when looking at the disciple from the Black Tower, she feels disappointed, bored with what she sees. She states that even if the fight is a real battle, the effort he's putting in is beyond what would be necessary. The stars are called the truth, for they are all the glory of the world. They grant mages powers according to the price they pay, and the foundation of this exchange is something very important. For any mage, the divine scale is what makes all of this possible, granting powers to the mage in exchange for things. An extraordinary ability is to perfectly understand how the divine scale works, allowing someone to use their magic. However, only a few who are very skilled in the field of magic are able to use it correctly, unable to make it pact with the stars. Some sorcerers created a new concept, which is an imitation of the divine scale. In their image, this scale, made of blue fire, is energized by skeletons and dark magic. Unlike the exchange of divine scales, the demonic scale requires other demands and offerings, and all it loses are sacrifices of the human body. Very angry and nervous, as Lark is heading down a path he does not like. Belnoa says he was not expecting to go into battle, unarmed in the first place, having his finger broken due to the magic and the offering of the black scale. He states that sacrifice is something natural. Then Belino's 4 fingers break, while the red mana starts to envelope the entire arena. From afar, the white-haired boy begins to feel discomfort as traces of dark magic start to spread across his face. Seeing his enemy approach, Lark says that his instincts are screaming, and that he feels his opponent is very strong, with both axes in hand. He says he needs to retreat for a while and find an opportunity to attack. However, he quickly dismisses that idea, chuckling to himself and declaring that he will not retreat. He starts to charge forward at full speed, saying that no matter the situation, a true warrior should never retreat. Very focused, the boy of dark magic curses his enemy, saying he didn't expect him to retreat, and calling him a barbarian. The two prepare extremely powerful attacks, capable of defeating anyone, and clash with their magic. Once again, the abilities of both are equal. As Lark strikes, the Black Tower disciple defends with his powerful magic. The axe fails to even crack the black magic dome, rendering the attack ineffective. Starting to get irritated, the White Tower disciple realizes that something clearly changed in his opponent. Angry, the Black Tower disciple questions what is considered normal, and shouts, asking who the boy thinks he is, to define what normal is. Right now, seeking more power, the boy fearlessly looks at his left hand and prepares to offer his fingers. Once again, he then activates the offering magic, breaking 3 fingers in his hand, and further energizing the dark magic. Each time the red magic grows stronger, Lark feels a strange sensation, spreading through the entire area. With broken hands, Belnoa is now much more powerful, ready to defeat his enemy, just waiting for an opening. Then Lark begins to charge forward with his 2 axes. At the same time, the emo launches beams of energy, however appearing in the middle of the fight. Rania shouts for them to stop, saying it is enough and that this could end in tragedy. Irritated, the white-haired boy asks what is happening, as he cannot move. The same happens with Lark, who realizes he is frozen in place, complaining that his body does not respond, and he cannot move at all. Walking peacefully, Renia says that offensive acts cannot go too far, and if they do, they must be interrupted before causing any harm. Still very calm, she activates her restriction magic, asking if the two were not paying attention to the rules of the duel. She then extends her hand, emanating the blue energy of the gray tower, and prepares a spell. With a simple movement, she begins to absorb all the red magic from the area, trying to prevent damage to the forest. All this leaves the Black Tower disciple shocked, as the girl, with a simple movement, eradicated all of his mana. The boy's hands are completely broken, spreading a lot of red fluid over his clothes. With a pinning look, the girl starts observing the Black Tower disciple's hand, wondering what to do. She states that for now, she will treat him, starting with his severely damaged hand. The boy's hand begins to heal very quickly, restoring itself to its original form, still stuck to the ground. He watches his entire body being revitalized, as if he had never even fought, and wonders what is happening. Breaking into a cold sweat, he realizes that the assistant invalidated the pact with a shadow scale, wondering how that is possible. The girl looks at the boy she just healed and remains calm, as if the magic she used was nothing impressive. A few minutes pass, and the boy is completely restored to his maximum state. Then, disappointed, the white-haired boy admits that he lost the battle and becomes very sad. He was convinced he could not run away from the fight and gets angry at the decisions he made, adding that he believed that by destroying his enemy's arm, the shadow of his magic would vanish. But that did not happen. He states that even without the arm, the shadow would continue to persist and would become even more powerful. Then he bows, admitting that this would lead to his downfall, confessing his defeat. He feels very sad about how the battle turned out. Then he turns his eyes to the girl and asks if the professors are stronger than her. He begins to reflect that maybe the girl is not just an ordinary supervisor, which bothers him. He says out loud that this is all boring and painful, then starts to think about why. Two high-level individuals ended up in the same region, perhaps because the Academy wants one of them to be defeated. The girl enters her own world, thinking that both of them are worth training, and then wonders how they will pass the test. The girl comes up with a brilliant idea, feeling very happy, and shouts for both of them to follow her somewhere. Some time passes, and they head to an important area within the northern region of the forest. Both of them find the whole path they are taking strange, as it is not something normal for a supervisor. The place she chooses is the Mana River, a forbidden area, and it is a serious infraction for the supervisor to go there. With a smile on her face, she asks the two to step into the river for 1 minute. She adds that if the emo boy can withstand 1 minute in the water, she will pretend nothing happened when he used dark magic, and the same goes for Lark. If he endures 1 minute in the river, she will ask Professor Oswald to place him in the upper ranks. Sweating nervously and shrewdly, the emo boy asks the girl if her pride won't stop her from doing the opposite. Legends say that those who approach the Mana River will have their blood vessels explode, but in reality that is just a rumor. And most what can happen is that the vessels get damaged, the lungs fill with fluid, and there is a small chance of going to heaven. The two wonder if they should enter, and both admit they don't know, as they are nervous about what might happen. Then the disciple of the Black Tower decides that he will do it and enter the river, as the girl requested. This encourages the white-haired boy, who says that if his rival is going to do it, he will too, affirming that a warrior of the North cannot accept defeat. Irritated, Bell reflects that it doesn't mean he should accept being surpassed, but he ignores this thought calmly. The girl approaches the riverbank and says that the two should start stepping in. The first to put his foot in is Lark. Will initially feels nothing. He becomes curious, thinking it is easier than he expected, and was thinking he would be defeated instantly. However, after 1 second passes, both of them start to feel intense pain in their bodies. Another second passes, and the emo boy can no longer breathe. Disturbed by what is happening, the girl starts counting the seconds, while the two disciples begin suffering greatly, almost being defeated. After another second, the girl says they should tell her when one of them can no longer endure the river's suffering. Then she sits on a stone near the river, dipping her feet in the water without feeling anything. This shocks Lark, who is close to being defeated, as a lot of fluid is accumulating in his mouth. The same happens to Belno, who's on the verge of defeat, as he is out of breath. The girl has her feet in the water. Nothing happens to her, and she seems relaxed, while the disciples continue suffering even more. As time passes, around the Mana River in the forest, two students can be seen resting. As they had walked a long way, the two start discussing their last battle, saying it was very difficult, and that they didn't think they would manage to win. One of the boys says that even though the girl is the heir of the Gray Tower's magic, that would still be far above average. Looking ahead into the forest, they can see the mana from the river, and wonder if this place feels a bit strange, as they weren't supposed to be there. One of the boys also says that his body feels weird, as he can't breathe properly, and his friend notices that a few meters ahead is the Mana River. Terrified, they start running away, scared of approaching the river while shouting to flee, because if they get closer, they will start coughing up fluid. The scene returns to the protagonist, who is counting the seconds, while her allies suffer inside the river, trying to survive one more second. With 47 seconds having passed, Emo Boy can be seen almost being defeated, as he is very weakened by the river's strong influence. The same can be said for the white-haired boy, who is using all the strength in his body to endure the river's influence. With 11 seconds remaining, the girl keeps observing the progress of her allies, who are holding up very well against the river's damage. Very bored, the girl rests her face in her hand, as this is something very normal for her, and does not require much effort unlike her allies. 50 seconds have passed, and the MC turns to Lark and calls his name, beginning to say something important. She asked the boy how he felt during that blizzard from Mother Nature, how he felt in that blizzard that left him scared, with no prospect of help, completely alone and cold, asking the boy if he knows what those who overcome the challenges of Mother Nature's blizzard are called. The name of these people is greater warriors, the best warriors that exist, for they do not allow themselves to be defeated by small things. These are the true warriors of the North, those who endure until the end, the best of the best. All of this motivates the student, who begins to emanate blue aura from his body. The boy is starting to give in due to the river's magic, beginning to take steps, trying to stay alive. After another 2 seconds, the boy's eyes are completely white, and fluid begins to leak. At the 1-minute mark, the boy's body finally gives in to the pain and weakness and collapses. But he managed to achieve his goal as a warrior. However, if he had fallen into the river, he would have gone to the heavens immediately. So the girl catches him seconds before that happens, holding her ally in her arms. The protagonist is impressed, saying he endured the pain well, while pulling the boy out of the river. The MC says she would have let him pass if he lasted 30 seconds, since he was in a tremendous disadvantage. But it was not necessary, as the boy endured with all his strength, and even took 3 steps to stay alive, as a warrior should. She then looks at the emo and says that the white-haired boy has more guts than he does, humiliating him a little. She says it's very strange to be using offerings just to withstand pain, pulling the boy by the collar to prevent him from breaking his hand. She says she recognizes his determination. After throwing the two onto the ground, they realize that both boys have fainted, as the pain was too intense, and being alive now is victory enough. Looking at the 2 boys lying on the ground, the girl says that thinking back a long time ago, she was also instigated to do this, and in her attempt she failed. Walking along the riverbed, the girl reflects on what the right question to ask at this moment would be. The right question she seeks is, what will become of her from now on? Making her thoughtful of what lies ahead. There are some reasons why the forest is called Hermane, and it is because of the old tree, Hermane, that gives its name to the place. The tree is a gift from an ancient dragon mage, who gave it to Aplia many years ago. And above the tree, lying the river, accumulates mana, practically becoming a huge mass of aura and energy, So powerful, it could destroy anyone. And so knowing that nothing will happen to her, she steps into the river and relaxes. She explains that when someone approaches this place, the saturated mana resonates with a mana inside their body. And this resonance quickly becomes a strong impression against the mana user approaching the river. Apparently the girl seems to be looking for something, as she wonders if something was around, trying to remember the exact location. Looking at the water, she recalls the time she took this test, remembering the feeling of pain. The blood vessels were screaming, as the balance between mana and pressure was crushing them, tormenting the hero with hallucinations. This event happened about 7 or 8 years ago, making the protagonist wonder how much she can endure this time. After all, she attacked the Demon Lord's army territory and managed to withstand their demonic energy. But this is the Mana River, and it is not the same. She affirms she should start feeling something soon. However, something startles the girl, making her stop, confused about what's happening. Looking at the water around her, she realizes she is already in the middle of the river and is not feeling anything. With a wide smile on her face, very happy, she says she has to admit it at some point, feeling very excited about her strength. Then, looking at the river, she recalls the hero team feeling irritated, but admits that all this was not for nothing. The story shifts to a meeting room, behind a very rustic wooden door. Inside, the boy with glasses is very irritated, asking what the girl means, since no one from the northern region passed the test. With his mirrors on edge, he shouts, saying that if this continues, he will be blamed for the student's failure. Getting very angry, he then looks at the two, asking why they have those stupid faces. After failing with the 2 best students, crushing a piece of paper that was on the table, he says that all of this will be his fault, since he was in charge of the entire test. As always, very shrewd, scratching his beard, the mentor says that it's not like no one passed. The boy with glasses starts saying that the old man is taking sides, because the girl is his daughter. But the old man interrupts him, asking if the boy has seen the grades. He begins saying that Lark Van Grace shows great sense and excellent mental strength. And on the other hand, the emo boy from the Black Tower is excellent, both in his understanding of sorcery and his combat skills. He says that both talents deserve an educational benefit, as both are excellent warriors. In addition to that, the old man asks if the 2 will be placed in the high-level class, at the supervisor's request. Then, using magic, he shows the letter from the headmaster of Aplia Academy confirming the information. He argues that the 2 were evaluated based on their abilities, and not because of the influence of the White and Black Towers on their power. And because of that, both of them will enter the same class, leaving the boy with glasses very nervous. And the old man says this is all thanks to him, feeling nervous and without any arguments. He gives a fake smile, saying yes, it's truly thanks to him. Standing up from the table and ending the meeting, the bearded man says they should end the conversation here and go their separate ways. Right away, the girl, surprised, says she is very curious about how the old man never gets tired of living like that, all the time, very proud. The mentor smiles, praising the girl, saying she did a good job supervising the class test for the first time. Feeling happy, the girl says it was quite interesting to watch them, as the 2 use magic in a way that reminds her of her own beginnings. But the argument is that they were both primarily fighting, hand to hand, even though they were supposed to use magic, like real mages. Adding to that, she says she doesn't like it, because if they had used magic to survive on the battlefield, they wouldn't have suffered as much as they did. In the fight, the old man, then looking at his daughter, reflects that the girl doesn't know. She was the one who inspired the creation of the battle. Mage class, then he ends the conversation, turning to his daughter and telling her to stop complaining and go to the infirmary to check on the 2 boys after the fight. So the girl heads toward the infirmary, indicated by a wooden sign with some runes written on it. She tries to enter the room quietly, so as not to disturb anyone and to make as little noise as possible. While she's heading to the infirmary, 2 people come from the direction she's going. making her wonder if the infirmary is really this way. But having studied at this school before, she reflects that she is on the right path. And indeed, the infirmary is this way. Then the maze from the white magic tower approaches, the girl asking if perhaps her name is Ronnie Evantrius. And then, irritated, she asks how a supervisor, who couldn't even mediate a test properly, dares to come into this area. Getting closer to head of the white magic tower, says that the girl seems to be looking down on her. A little she says that, even though this is an area of the academy, she is still a tower master and deserves basic courtesy from a girl. A bit irritated, she says that while walking through the corridors, she finds the protagonist, acting like she owns the place and is the most important person around. With an evil smile, the woman, annoyed, says she has the right to enforce some etiquette on the people around her. Then she steps on the protagonist's foot, saying she's nothing more than a nameless mage who merely adopted the position of assistant teacher. She then starts insulting the girl heavily, leaving her very shocked by the selfish reaction of the mage. In front of her, the man behind the white mage starts to get irritated by everything being said, thinking that the woman is really crazy, very afraid of some retaliation. The man wonders if his friend doesn't know the concept, that unknown enemies are dangerous. Trying to get his friend's attention, he shouts, asking her to give the girl a break and stop bothering her. However, it was too late, and the woman starts activating a lightning magic at her fingertips as the mage brings her finger closer, trying to shock the protagonist. The man gets even more irritated because his friend is acting insane. The lightning gets closer to the protagonist, who shows no reaction, knowing all of her power and skill. She does not fear, maintaining such strong bodily and emotional control. She lets the lightning get close to her face. Then before it hits the girl's face, the white mage says she knows how to control her power and asks what the girl thought about it. With an excited smile, however, completely out of nowhere, an explosion occurs, catching everyone's attention in the room and causing a loud crash. Lightning starts coming out from within the wreckage and the hole that was made. All of this greatly frightens the mage of the white tower, who turns around, trying to understand what is happening, while debris falls to the ground. Nervous, she turns to her friend, shouting at him, telling him not to hijack her spells like that. However, he stands there frozen, realizing that it was actually the protagonist who hijacked the spell, unable to believe it. He then watches the girl, irritated with wide eyes, thinking that he failed to notice her, activating the spells. While his friend starts asking why she did that, he tries to defuse the situation by giving a slight cough to calm her down. Then playing Domi, says the girl won't gain anything by showing off and asks her not to behave rudely. Sweating cold and trying to calm the situation, he turns to the woman and says for her to accompany him, as you will go after the disciples. Seeing all of this, the protagonist tries to calm herself and not do anything rash. As they leave, the MC pays attention to their conversation and realizes they're discussing how to act around her. Feeling calmer afterward, the girl reflects that she was ready to take a punch or two since she took the disciples to the Mana River, which was forbidden, but she complains out loud that they should have left the shoes alone, seeing the mess she made by hijacking the white mage's magic. She says she overdid it and caused much more trouble than she should have. Some time passes at Aplea Academy, and it is a sunny and beautiful day. Inside the academy, it's possible to see a student walking somewhere, and as she walks, the students start getting surprised and scared when they see who it is. The person everyone is talking about is the pink-haired girl, who seems very intimidating and powerful. Her name is Leslie Eleanor, and she is the heir of the Gray Magic Tower, which is why she is so powerful. Sitting in her chair, she begins reflecting on the Mana River, which everyone is talking about. She gets lost in her thoughts from concentrating so much on the river. 2 days ago, during a class test, we see the girl manipulating the magic stone, while 2 students watch her. Very scared, they say it might be better to give up and perhaps go to a different region, because it's too difficult to get the stone here. Suddenly the girl hears the sounds of the two talking and tries to concentrate, to see and pinpoint exactly where they are. She then closes her eyes, activating her shared vision ability, focusing when using her magic. The activated magic allows the purple-haired girl to share vision with her. Bird looking through the bird's eyes. She realizes most of the nearby participants have given up, feeling very confident in her powers. She reflects whether she should already consider this a guaranteed victory, and she notices something that grabs all her attention. Opening her eyes in shock, through a shared vision, she sees the protagonist, the supervisor of the northern region, standing beside a stone. She is completely astonished and wonders why the girl is wet, since the only place with water in that forest is the river. While watching the protagonist drive herself off, she is amazed, because it shouldn't be possible for anyone to enter the river, not even Rainel, dared to approach the center of the Mana River. As she studies, intrusive thoughts pass through her mind, comparing herself to the gray mage, always wanting to surpass him. She mentally comments that no matter how much they try, no one in the gray tower will surpass him. Feeling sad inside the classroom, the students wonder what the theme of today's lesson will be. When the teacher enters the room, everyone is surprised, because it is not the usual professor, but a different person. As the teacher says good morning, the pink-haired girl is surprised to realize who it is. We then see that the teacher is Rainia, saying she will be teaching in Rosal's place, introducing herself, and saying she's happy to meet everyone. The class begins, and all the students pay close attention to the lessons, paying close attention to the class. The monster wonders if the teacher is the girl from the earlier rumors, with a smile on her face. The princess reflects that Professor Caesar said the girl was hired because of family connections. Finally, the northern hare wonders what's happening, because the professor had never needed an assistant before. With a smile on her face, the girl feels a mix of nervousness and happiness. As the classes begin, we then see a memory where the mentor asks his disciple to teach a class in his place, as he is going to a magic meeting, realizing that the assistant teacher is the girl who is bathing in the river. Lesty is left speechless, handing out tasks to her students. The girl says she wants them to solve this challenge, adjusting the papers. She says her students are free to ask questions or clear up any doubts. As soon as the papers are handed out, a student immediately raises their hand and, saying they have a question, the girl becomes curious, since the class has just started, but still agrees to hear the question. The person who asked was the purple-haired girl, who asked for help with question number 30. Students in the back start gossiping, saying that only Roselle can solve that, because question number 30 is about divine scale theory. Then she starts analyzing the question, trying to understand exactly what it is about, so she can give a correct answer. One of the students jokes, saying the teacher is pretending to know the answer. Another humiliates her, saying that since it's her first day of class, she obviously wouldn't know, and that Professor Rosal's classes are too advanced for her. In a memory, we see the old professor saying that the students do not have the same mind as the girl, and that she should not teach them in a shallow and direct way. This leaves the girl confused, because that's how she learns things. But the old man, irritated, reaffirms that the students do not think like her, and he adds, saying she shouldn't hold back, just because she's an assistant teacher. The girl is shocked and asks if he's really sure about that. Then she reflects that, even if they allowed her to show her full ability, it's better not to cause more problems. She thinks she will take her time to teach correctly and begins explaining the question. Feeling disappointed, the hare of the gray tower says she had high expectations of Professor Rosal's judgment, complaining about the teacher. She says that even though she knows it's nepotism, the girl still needs to learn the basics before she can teach, adding selfishly that it is far too soon for the girl to become an important assistant teacher. This greatly irritates the protagonist, who says that if the girl wants divine scale, she can materialize it easily. The story returns to Aplia Academy, showing its majestic facade, and they're there in front of the headmaster's office. There some gentlemen are complaining about how long someone is making them wait, becoming irritated with the delay. Approaching the office, the old man is surprised by the number of people and wonders why there are so many gathered. The two start complaining that thanks to someone, the students spent the entire class with their heads in the clouds. Inside the headmaster's office, others complain, asking if the same thing happened in their classrooms, affirming that they saw something they shouldn't have. Then they complain that the assistant teacher materialized the divine scale. During class, however, inside the room, one of the professors is still incredulous that it actually happened. Mocking, he says that an assistant teacher would never be able to materialize the divine scale, so easily saying that to materialize it, one must fully understand every aspect of the exchange with the stars, making it something impossible. Then they start arguing, saying that their students personally saw it happen, so it is impossible that it's a lie. Another one says that this can be easily resolved if they check it personally. This leaves the bearded man irritated, asking what his apprentice did, already imagining what might have happened when a mentor leaves, because he knows he won't be able to argue with the professor. He wonders what the assistant started the class with. Very irritated, he complains that it's wrong for an assistant to cause such a commotion, confusing all the students shouting. He says that Dan Rose will cause a mess, and doesn't even show up to control his apprentice. Somehow, after hearing all the professor's insults, the headmaster slams his hand on the table, ordering everyone to be quiet, as he is running out of patience, saying that if the professors are doubting the girl, it will be better to see her personally and judge for themselves, exerting all of his authority. The headmaster says he will order the assistant to teach an open class to the entire public at the school. Many papers with runes fly through the air. All the flying papers belong to the purple-haired girl, who is surprised to see it. All the papers fall and cover the entire floor, leaving the girl embarrassed by the situation. She looks down at the ground, go to pick up what belongs to her. Then suddenly, a little fairy appears, saying to her master that she will pick up the papers, and asking if the girl is okay. Then moving very quickly, she gathers all the papers on the floor and launches them toward the boy. Using magic, she makes all the papers land in their correct places, saying that all of it was done with a simple snap. However, all of this does not make the girl any happier, as she still keeps a serious and irritated face. She is still stuck in the last class she attended, reflecting on how the assistant teacher materialized the scales so effortlessly. As someone crouches down to collect the last piece of paper, the girl wonders if it was some kind of trick, since it should be impossible to materialize it. Like that, we can see that it was Lark who picked up the last paper, asking if the girl really needed to go that far to understand what she wanted. Irritated, he says that now the girl will have to teach an open class, questioning why his friend is so dissatisfied with everything. Annoyed, she quickly snatches the paper and tells her classmate not to speak if he doesn't know what's really happening. He snaps back, telling her not to keep hiding her emotions up her sleeve, like she always does. In the background, Emo observes the whole discussion, sarcastically, commenting that anyone passing by would instantly sense the hostility between the two. He remarks that this wouldn't be happening if the girl had stayed in the northern region during the test. Then the boy, with white hair, adds that there was no need to put the girl through proving herself in an open class. Makin. Emo says that even barbarians could understand that, and Lark retorts that it's a cruel thing to say, and tells him to ignore that remark. All this arguing doesn't help at all, leaving the purple-haired girl even more embarrassed, sweating nervously as she wonders what to do. Annoyed, she tells both of them to shut up, asking what two magic tower prodigies would even know, walking away very irritated. She says that the Gray Tower has a tradition of being hidden in the shadows, but she doesn't actually leave. Still, thinking that the protagonist must be going crazy, trying to prepare for the open class. After all the teachers from all the towers will be there. And no, Trick or Luck will be able to help the MC this time. Time passes, and we can see the sunset in a forest. Apparently, the protagonist is inside a cafe, while someone compliments her for working hard, congratulating her. When a waitress arrives, she hands over the coffee the teacher ordered, making her a bit embarrassed, as she still isn't used to being called that. The girl receives a black coffee, along with some sugar cubes to go with it. Picking up one of the sugar cubes, the girl wonders if it's normal for teachers to give open classes, like the one she's about to give. Feeling nervous, she wonders if this is something that usually happens. It is then revealed that she is talking to the princess, who congratulates her, saying she's doing a good job so far. This surprises the protagonist, who wonders if she was thinking out loud. The girl responds that yes, she was thinking very loudly, looking at the cup of coffee. The girl says that a student invited her for coffee after her first class. Thinking to herself, she reflects that this must mean she gave a good class, sipping her coffee and feeling positive about it, responding. The blonde girl says they met during a class test and that the girl has a unique style, which is very nice to watch. She adds that the girl always moves around when she's lost, which reminds her of someone. This leaves the protagonist confused, touching her chin, trying to remember who that might be. Standing up from the table, she thanks the princess with a sweet smile on her face. Then she adds that it must mean things are going well, saying that she feels much better thanks to the girl, but that she has to leave to prepare for the open class. All these words leave the princess happy, smiling warmly, while the girl says she's looking forward to the teacher's class. A few days pass, and the big day of the open class finally arrives. We can see some teachers reading a board, announcing the open class on Man Exchange, and they are complaining about it. The board is written in a very strange and mystical language, using magic runes. One of the teachers of the classes says he has never heard of an open class at the academy, before finding it very strange. His friend adds, by questioning whether the director really gave permission for this to happen. The teachers then start to argue. The directors of the White and Black Towers are gathered with their disciples, commenting that the class will be taught by the assistant teacher. Laughing, the teacher from the White Tower says she smells something rotting somewhere. Catching the jab, the man gets irritated, saying that what she's actually smelling is herself, snapping back at her. And so once again, the two start arguing a lot, while their disciples watch in silence, not knowing what to say. Looking at his friend, the assassin says that he too got dragged into this boring class. Looking toward the hallway, they hear the sound of a bell. Promptly, the Norvan warrior realizes the class is about to start, begins heading to the location, passing by all of her students, with a mystical aura around her. The protagonist walks toward the open class. As she passes, the two directors turn all their attention to the girl, watching her closely. Looking carefully at the girl, they notice she's holding a folder full of papers, written with magical runes. When the class finally begins, the students in the room stop talking and turn their attention to the teacher. The protagonist grabs a wax crayon to finally start the class, and proves she can materialize the scale. You can see that the classroom is completely packed. Everyone paying close attention to witness the girl's feat. Once again, the room is so full of curious onlookers and students that some people are standing in the back, writing runes on the board. The girl begins by saying that the open class will be about the basics of Man Exchange. She then introduces herself to all the students and professors present. She smiles, saying she might not be very elegant in some ways, but asks everyone to focus and pay attention to the lesson. Unbothered by the number of students, the girl steps forward and says that the class is beginning. An old professor reflects that a mere assistant won't be able to handle an open class and should know her place. Then, surprisingly, the director of the White Tower states that the teaching assistant has the support of the director. She adds that just like the true mages, she is curious to see how the lesson will unfold, as it surely can't be more than a game. The other professors are very attentive and curious to see what will happen inside the classroom, preparing to teach. The girl takes a deep breath, relaxing beforehand. She then exhales all the air, her expression turning calm, ready for what is to come. For some reason, the girl begins reciting the basics, stating that there are only 3 steps. Activating a spell. They expected more, but the girl is only reciting basic things. Even a child would know. But none of this will matter if the protagonist is truly strong, as knowing something and teaching it are very different. All the professors there have centuries of experience in magic, and teaching an mere girl shouldn't be able to master such knowledge easily. However, surprising everyone and interrupting the old woman, the protagonist clasps her hands together and demonstrates a very powerful spell. With this simple movement, the girl manages to materialize the divine scale for everyone to see, leaving many professors astonished. Some in disbelief claim that this cannot be real. Very irritated, one of the professors says that using fake tricks in a classroom is vulgar. Annoy the old white-haired woman asks someone to move out of her way because she can't see the divine scale. Finally, everyone realizes that the girl wasn't lying. Before them stands the supreme spell to deal with the stars. Divine scale, the professors are left speechless, watching a magic float in the air. The protagonist begins explaining, saying she will demonstrate the first step in spell activation, writing a rune in the air with her magic. She explains that this specifically is the creation of the circuits. A golden star of David forms in the center of the room, combining her magic with a divine scale. The girl unleashes an explosion of colors and effects. One of the professors is amazed at the delicacy and majesty of what she is doing. He adds an admiration. That is fascinating to think that such a delicate magic could be so perfect. Then, with blue fire emanating from her hands, the girl explains that the second step is paying the price. The blue fire dances in her palm as she says, the price to be paid is mana. Placing the magic onto the scales balance, she states that must not be too much or too little. Observing what she is doing, she adds that the amount of mana must be perfect to balance the divine scale without dismantling it. Finally, she manages to activate the magic, triggering a mysterious effect on the divine scale, then snapping her fingers. The girl says that lastly, they must specify the direction of the spell. She activates the ignition magic, causing a huge fire explosion throughout the classroom. She observes, proud that her materialization worked successfully. She adds that these are the 3 steps necessary for spell activation. Looking up at the burning flame, he is amazed at the teacher's ability. The purple-haired girl is also irritated, as she did not expect the assistant teacher to succeed. Sweating coldly, the director of the White Tower is sure that her eyes are not deceiving her, becoming nervous upon seeing the magic. The surprise reveals that, subtle as it is, there are traces of star magic within that spell. And the girl can manipulate it as she wishes. When a person uses the same spell dozens, or even hundreds of times, the starlight will reside within the spell. This is such a special phenomenon that even a very concept of magic becomes hidden at higher levels. As the fireball burns, drawing everyone's attention, the old woman calls this kind of magic extreme magic. Then, smiling, she says that this is enough, and that she knew from the start her friend wouldn't disappoint her. She reflects confident that everyone present in that room is aware of the steps required to cast magic. Beginning to explain, the girl says that everyone is walking the path of magic, but questions why it is called that. Reading the lesson carefully, the woman says that, as the name suggests, it's a path meant to be walked. As they walk this path, they refine and improve their magic. Her childhood self reflects that. She read every book she could get her hands on in order to improve and refine her magical style, fighting enemy after enemy. The old woman reflects that they spend hours upon hours trying to prove themselves as true masters. Thus the black-haired man says that this alone is enough to explain, recalling a memory of sitting around a pile of countless books, striving to become the master he is today. Then looking at the blonde girl, he says that all of them leap into the unknown, studying without forgetting. the foundations of the path they tread. Wrapping up the explanation, the protagonist, showing the divine scale engulfed in flames, says that this is the foundation of the entire path. The director of the Black Tower and his disciple are left speechless, completely stunned. The old woman and her disciple, who had been hoping the girl would fail, or that it would turn out to be a cheap trick, were proven wrong. Furious, the old woman recites a phrase she thought the MC would say loudly, declaring that's exactly what she would have said, realizing that this wasn't written in any of the textbooks. Makes her disciple sweat nervously as he watches the scene unfold, slamming her hand down on the table. With all of her strength, the old woman stands up, cursing the assistant teacher, and claiming that this is supposed to be a third-level classroom. With all the commotion and seeing the scene, his master is causing Larkus surprise, asking if she's even okay. Completely irritated, the mage refuses to answer, losing her patience entirely. Finally giving in to the assistant teacher's ability, the woman starts clapping, even though she's still clearly annoyed. The future Nervan warrior wonders what's happening and why his master is acting like this. He starts clapping too and stands up from his seat, surprising the students around him, as he also begins to clap, encouraging others to join in. Today, the princess, very proud of her friend, also starts clapping, feeling truly happy with the lesson. However, Leslie is not surprised at all. In fact, she's irritated and does not clap, keeping a very serious expression. Then the protagonist watches, as the whole room slowly starts clapping for her achievement of summoning and materializing the divine scale. She hadn't been expecting such a reaction, staying there wide-eyed, mouth open, not knowing what to say. Finally, she breathes, relaxes, and gives a proud smile, having proven to her students that what she did was real. Smiling, she says that these were the basic principles of mana exchange, and with that she ends the open class. Inside Aplia Academy, some students are talking about the teacher. Walking through the corridors, two girls comment that the assistant teacher, Rania, is splendid. As the protagonist walks down the hallways, students say they should have attended the class, and that the divine scale she created was perfect. However, some other skeptical students laugh, saying it's just a rumor. Three students are standing in a circle, excitedly talking about something the teacher did. Being a very shy person, the protagonist feels uncomfortable with the stares reflecting that. It's like they are piercing through her face. She then wonders what she could have done to suddenly be summoned to the director's office. However, the director spoke about handing the academy over to her, saying she is the future of magicians, and his attitude had changed compared to the first few weeks of class. Then the white-haired girl looks to the side, in direction of her mentor, whispering with a bearded man, who seems happier than usual on this particular day, then with a big smile on his face. The old man chuckles a little and asks if he really looks that happy. Alongside his disciple, the old woman also starts talking a lot about the last class, acknowledging the young woman's ability. The same happens on the side of the Black Tower mage, who talks a lot about the uncertainty of perceiving someone's strength from the very beginning. Then while walking, the old man asks if the girl thinks she will go straight to the Gray Tower, but says she must first meet the elders before she goes. He adds that he bets the elders want to see her, and that you never know when they will show up. A story shifts to a frozen mountain. During a heavy snowstorm, we can see that someone wrote a letter to their father in red ink asking how he has been feeling. Sipping coffee, a dignified man with long, white hair reads the letter of the serious expression, continuing to read. The writing says, "It has been a month since the person entered the academy, and that day by day, they realize how much there still is to learn in this magical world." Then, looking at a board full of runes and magical writings, he reinforces his point. It is revealed that Lark is the man who wrote the letter, finishing it by saying that learning in this world is incredibly difficult. Watching his teacher teach a different type of magic in a classroom, he adds that fitting and learning is really very hard. He says He doesn't understand a single thing they talk about inside the academy because everything is too complex, feeling dizzy, while trying to learn from his teacher's lessons. He says he is unable to learn absolutely anything, but something in this school helps him understand, little by little each day, looking around at his fellow students, all lying down exhausted. He says, what helps him is knowing he is not alone in this. He then adds that the path to learning magic is long, arduous, and difficult. Suddenly, someone drops a book onto a pile, making a loud noise. The person who dropped the book is the protagonist, raising her hand to her head saying, "This is bad," and wondering when things got this messy. She's in a room completely cluttered, with books scattered all over the floor and tables. A total mess, trying to justify herself. She chortles a little and says she's been so busy that she hasn't had time to clean her own room while relaxing deeply on the couch. She says that now that she thinks about it, she hasn't had any time for herself since she started teaching. Then something crosses her mind. If she steps down from the front line, she won't have any reason to meet the elders, and her bad habit of withdrawing from places because of the tense atmosphere has also calmed down over time. Her teaching isn't going badly either, since no one has had any doubts so far. So it seems the classes are going very well. Just as the girl was finally deciding to take a moment to rest, someone enters the room, asking if they can talk about a few things. This leaves the protagonist very disheartened, ruling slightly from her mouth, wondering why now of all times. The person then begins slowly opening the door, creating a suspenseful atmosphere. Wiping her face clean, the teacher asks what the problem is and what doubt needs to be cleared up. We see that the person entering the room is the purple-haired girl, looking very sad and shy. Standing up, the teacher closes the door and asks if the girl has a question, with a very fake smile on her face. The protagonist wonders what the girl's name is, thinking of several names, but unable to remember the right one. Then in a very sweet manner, the girl approaches, saying she has something she would like to tell the protagonist. She says she needs to say it, but she's very embarrassed, recalling the previous classes and all the time she had been a bother. The girl says she needs to apologize for what she did before she reflects that she must tell the teacher that she had forgotten the joy of learning, and it's all thanks to the protagonist. The girl managed to regain her desire to study. Finally, she says she wants to thank the teacher for everything she has done. At that moment, someone else enters the room by surprise, far more politely. The newcomer says that. So this is where the assistant teacher has been all this time. In fact, it's a crowd of people, saying they have been looking for the protagonist. One of the men is an elder from the Gray Magic Tower, and he respectfully bows, saying he's impressed by the lesson she gave proudly. One of the men says he would expect no less from a disciple of Rosal, and another suggests that perhaps the girl has invented a new method. They continue, praising that the spells the girl demonstrated in class were beautiful, and that she has reached a high level, even at her young age. Chuckling a little, the girl reflects that even after 5 or 6 years, nothing has changed. They are still desperately trying to earn her trust, and even so she did not expect those lazy people to drag themselves into the room, just to say that. Then in the background, the student who is talking to the MC starts dropping all the books onto the floor. In the blink of an eye, all the books begin falling, making a loud noise. To make things worse, upon seeing her books falling, the girl screams very loudly, worried about her materials, then very irritated. The three of them start looking at the girl with an authoritative gaze, while she apologizes for what happened. And then the bearded man very rudely says that the girl in comparison is useless, leaving her very sad, with chills running through her body. In the background, the disciple of the Gray Tower watches everything silently, disappointed with the 3 elders. Then promptly, while the 3 elders were talking about the magic tower, the girl asks for permission, already impatient, saying that she has things to do. She asks the 3 of them to leave the room for today, supporting the purple-haired student. She says that the academy is a place for learning, not the magic tower, and that the students are the priority. With a very fake smile on her face, she tells them to be careful on their way home. Understanding the message, the three of them leave, rumbling in irritation about what just happened, leaving Leslie very confused, turning to the teacher and calling her attention. Then, the protagonist tells the girl to go to the other side, through the main stairs, so she doesn't run into the men, then slamming the door in the girl's face. Very hurriedly, she says that she has things to do, and will listen to her next time, saying goodbye. And so, she promptly slams the door shut, of all her strength, in the apprentice's face, leaving her alone and completely confused, wondering what she meant by all that. Then she turns back to her desk, stacked high with papers and books. On the floor, a lot of red liquid is dripping, completely staining everything. The liquid is coming from the girl herself, who states that she had forgotten about it for a while. Giving a smile, feeling a strong pain in her heart while spreading the liquid. She says that the pain is back and it's here again. A brutal war is taking place. On the front lines of the Kilmer Gorge, many soldiers are lying on the ground, defeated with swords stuck in their hearts. A captain is shouting for the surviving soldiers to hold the formation, even at the cost of their lives, begging them to hold on. In the background, his soldiers are extremely tired and weakened, due to the fierce and difficult battle that is raging. One of the soldiers is staring directly into the face of a demon, wondering how much longer this battle will last, and if they can survive in this cursed place. Then giving up on fighting, he closes his eyes and simply reflects that he wants to rest, because he can't endure any longer. But before he can be defeated, something shoots past at incredible speed and rushes toward the enemy. A very fast burst of light advances with full force toward the rival's hand, destroying it, leaving the soldier completely stunned, wondering whose attack that was. He then looks farther ahead and realizes that it is Miss Limia's arrow, radiating magic. Arriving on the battlefield is the young woman, with a powerful, large bow, lifting all the soldiers' spirits with her presence, starting to run toward the monster. The girl complains that this situation annoys her greatly. Then, she draws the bow and prepares an attack against the enemy, saying that it feels like a waste right now. But even so, she can't help but try. She fires the arrow, which emanates a strong yellow energy. Feeling hopeful, the soldiers start to advance, shouting that they have the help of the divine archer, and asking everyone to charge without fear against the demon army. However, even with that, the hopeless boy falls to his knees on the ground, wondering if they can actually win this battle, feeling very weak. Then a green, healing light suddenly appears on the boy's body. In the background, we can see the cleric from the hero team, healing the boy to his maximum, so that he can fight bravely in battle. The girl is praying of all her faith for the soldier to heal, releasing a great amount of green restorative energy. However, even though she plays a support role, the girl has a disgusted expression toward everyone fighting in the battle. Finally, the leader of the hero team appears, glowing in yellow and swinging his sword, defeating enemy after enemy, making everyone cheer for his arrival, shouting that the hero Kyle has come to save them all, while the warrior, with all his strength, defeats a demon beast by delivering a strike. The soldiers celebrate that. The hero team is at their full power. Time passes in the battle, and finally the soldiers raise the white flag, indicating their victory. Wiping the sweat from his face, the chief celebrates their victory and asks the remaining soldiers to send news of a triumph. However, in reality, all the soldiers have been defeated, and the sounds of celebration exist only in the warrior's mind. Returning to reality, someone calls out Kyle's name, snapping him back to consciousness. The pink-haired girl calls the man by name, hugs him, and asks if he can hear her. While cleaning her sword, she complains that the stench of undead is stuck to their clothes and wonders if they should buy new outfits. She grumbles that she's already worn these clothes twice, making the blonde woman mumble for her to stop talking nonsense. Afraid of getting scolded, the girl comments that the battle would have ended faster if they had that annoying mage with them. letting out a mischievous laugh. The cleric agrees, saying he definitely had his uses, mocking and laughing. She says that the mage must be on the verge of heading to heaven. At a time like this, narrowing his eyes, the man boasts that without his help, the boy wouldn't have been able to endure the curse. He carries the story, moves to some place at night. The protagonist is walking through a deserted, dark city, heading somewhere, reflecting that somehow he managed to endure and survive the pain. Suddenly, a wave of pain resurfaces in his chest, making him scream. That's happening again. The sensation causes his heart to slowly weaken and drown in a pool of red. Trying to survive one more day, he clutches his chest and activates a magic of ashes within his heart. The ashes cover his entire heart, soothing the pain and calming him for a few minutes, leaving the protagonist more at ease. Looking at his bloody hand, he states that somehow he has managed to hold off the disease until now. But as he wipes his hand clean, he complains that this isn't a permanent solution to his problem. Frustrated, he continues on his way, wondering why he has to go through something like this. It murmurs that he managed to buy some time when he paid half his life to bind the demon lord's legs. But in return, a curse was placed upon his heart when he tried to save his companions, something the protagonist brought upon himself. Walking through the deserted city, he tries to find someone, saying he thinks that person's house should be around there. Then stopping in front of a wooden sign, he realizes he has finally found the place. Feeling relieved, it's a very strange and hidden house within the city, known only to a few. He complains that the place is as weird as ever. The person he is looking for is an old man, with black eyes and a huge, unshaven beard. Without waiting or asking for permission, the protagonist simply opens the door. Seeing who is at the door, the old man starts walking, thinking to himself that he was wondering who would show up at this hour of the night. Looking at the girl's clothes and instantly recognizing her, he comments that she still has weird hobbies, just like the last time they met. Staring directly into the girl's eyes, he calls her by her old name Raniel. Immediately, and cunningly recognizing who she really is, sighing deeply, the girl chuckles a bit and asks if he thinks she looks like this, because she wants to. A bit saddened, the man complains, asking if the girl isn't being too cruel to a friend she hasn't seen in so long. He adds that beyond her physical appearance changing, her soul has also been altered. Pointing at the girl, he bluntly says that to make matters worse, she now has a curse in her heart. Recalling the war years past, the old man asks, what exactly happened over the past 5 years? The girl remains silent for a few seconds, thinking about how to answer her friend. Many weeks earlier in a crowded city, people are bustling around everywhere within the city. A narrow alleyway is filled with broken and scattered objects all over the ground. In the middle of the alley, 2 drunkards lie defeated on the floor, cursing the protagonist. The story returns to inside a bar, where food and drinks are scattered all over the tables. The gray mage sits sadly, wondering why he is always treated so horribly. He's famous for being the best mage in the kingdom and the next heir to the gray magic tower. But he rejected this brilliant future. He abandoned that destiny to embark on a 5-year journey with a team of heroes, trying to forget his sorrows and sadness. He starts drinking a glass of milk at the bar. Looking at his powerful wooden staff, he murmurs that he never could have predicted he would be expelled from the team. So suddenly feeling ashamed, he leans on the table, admitting that he is too embarrassed to return and face his master. At the back of the bar, a woman catches the protagonist's attention, elegantly dressed with long red hair. The boy is completely astonished as he recognizes the woman, known as the succubus queen. Magnificent and hypnotizing, many men surround her, trying to win her attention, making the protagonist wonder what she is doing there. Outside the city, music starts playing, capturing everyone's attention and preventing the city from falling asleep. The voice behind the beautiful melody belongs to the succubus queen herself, who enters the bar captivatingly, drawing many gazes. With a sweet look, she watches her followers and says that this is the path they must follow. An army of men follows her, completely bewitched by her beauty. As she walks, she emanates a pink, magical energy and orders the men to enter, calmly forming a line. She smiles fully, aware of the power she holds over those who desire her. As she gets closer, she jokes saying, "It seems like today she will feast on the bar's food." In the background, the protagonist follows the army of men in succubi, determined to find out what is going on. He camouflages himself among the succubus queen's followers, observing closely as she scolds one of the men not to stumble. Ready for action, the mage activates all his magic to enhance his muscles, making his right arm incredibly strong. His other arm, in turn, gains an intense blue glow, with runes shining all over it, wanting to exterminate all the demonic plague from the world. He activates a powerful blue magic and charges toward his enemy. The succubus is completely caught off guard by the sudden attack, unable to react amidst her fanatical followers. With all this fury, the protagonist quickly approaches and tries to grab her, aiming to defeat her easily with his magic. Then he closes the bar's door with magic, preventing the followers from entering to defend her and intensifying the battle. The followers watch the door closing. Some leave while others stay, waiting for something to happen. Polyphor closed. The succubus screams, scared, asking the man to wait, saying she's confused, afraid of the battle that is starting. She desperately asks who the mage standing before her is, but without hesitation and without mercy. He activates his multiple magic ability and extends his hand toward the succubus. He unleashes a combo of magic, push and anti-magic against the girl. Finally, he points his finger directly at her face and releases all his spells, drastically weakening her. At last, he activates his anti-shield magic, causing extreme damage and removing all of the woman's defenses. Completely debilitated, the succubus realizes that her rival canceled her polymorph ability and destroyed her mana shield. Instantly shocked and stunned, she wonders who this mysterious man is. The battle continues, and the protagonist promptly forms a symbol with 3 fingers, preparing a powerful attack. He uses the weakness spell, surprising the girl even more. With each spell cast against her body, the woman's true form begins to reveal itself. She is nothing sweet and elegant as she appeared. Filled with rage, the succubus snaps her fingers and begins preparing a new spell with her mana. But the protagonist is faster and activates the punishment magic, causing extreme damage to the woman's stomach and leaving her on the verge of death. The blow is so devastating that the succubus coughs violently, spilling blood from her mouth. Already very weak, she falls to her knees on the ground, coughing and looking up at her rival, who remains standing with an impassive expression. Then pulling up a chair, the man sits in front of the succubus, ready for a conversation, watching her trapped and defeated. He asks if she never changes and if she remembers him. And then suddenly, after all the suffering, the succubus finally recognizes who the man in front of her is, mocking him greatly. She remembers and says that the man before her was the virgin mage from the hero team. Greatly irritating the MC, the girl finally remembers the boy's name, and he says he was planning to beat her up until she remembered his real name. When the girl asks if he would really hit a fragile woman, the man replies that he is dealing with a succubus, not a fragile woman. Scared, the girl asks if he could let this incident go just this once, but with a wicked smile. The MC responds that he will not feel any chill. She says that only holy magic works on her, and that there is no way to defeat her without the group's sank. Then she asks the boy if he has another method in mind, making him pause to think about what to do. Approaching, he says he's going to try anyway, greatly surprising the succubus and leaving her speechless. Snapping his fingers, he asks the woman if she can withstand a blow full of mana and tells her to get ready. Starting to cry, the girl realizes that the man is serious about sending her to heaven with a single blow. As the wall behind them starts to crack, the girl reflects that she must find a way to escape from this place, somehow, before the protagonist can strike her. The wall completely shatters, drawing both their attention to the hole. From within the wall, a man armed and emanating purple energy appears, asking if Leap the succubus is all right. The girl feels relieved, believing she will be saved, while the hero realizes that the man in front of him is a warrior of the demon army. Entering further into the bar, the warrior says he followed the rescue signal and asks if the maze had hit her. Impatiently, the protagonist notices that the soldier carries the energy of a commander, which makes him wonder why he came to rescue the girl, even though there are many commanders. This much effort seems too much for such a simple succubus. Then the warrior charges at full speed toward the protagonist. Promptly, the mage begins activating several spells on his arm to counter the demon's attack. The spells he activates are double spell, reinforce spell, and crush. Using all his magic, he points his arm at the enemy, creating a vortex of blue energy. The vortex launches the warrior commander far away with full force. The armored enemy is hurled against the wall, without time to react. Undeterred, seeing his opponent down, the mage continues to approach, authoritatively and powerfully, preparing further attacks. Watching the whole fight, a succubus is shocked, not understanding how a mage has enough combat power to bring down a commander. Looking at the man's strength, she once again wonders who this boy really is and why he is so powerful. Growing more concerned, she realizes she might really end up in heaven at the rate this battle is going. Then something crosses her mind, making her think of a possible way to be saved. The thought that comes to the woman's mind is the marble orb, a powerful magical artifact. She recalls a conversation with the demon lord, where he said he only cared about absorbing life energy, realizing that she had been gathering life energy, also known as mana. For the past decades, she sees an opportunity. Maybe if she uses the orb, she can stop her enemy and buy enough time to escape. Then she starts activating red, demonic magic toward the hero, planning to defeat him. However, the marble orb is far more powerful than she imagined, and the magic starts spiraling out of control. In her hand, the orb emits extremely powerful energy throughout the room, slipping from the succubus's control. Surprised, the protagonist turns around, wondering what is happening with the demon woman. Amid the purple smoke, a woman seems different and much more powerful. Then the protagonist's heart begins bleeding heavily, likely due to the marble orb's influence. Feeling extremely weak, the protagonist kneels down, clutching his chest, overwhelmed by unbearable pain. As energy leaks from him, on the verge of death, he starts coughing violently, spraying blood everywhere, almost too weak to continue. The floor becomes soaked with the blood. The man is coughing up, his life slipping away rapidly. Looking into the black mist, the protagonist has no doubt about what it is. He says this is the same monster he encountered 3 years ago on the black battlefield, the very being that cursed his heart, something he could never forget. The fearsome and mighty demon lord, far too weak to fight. He wonders why this mist has suddenly appeared. Inside the bar, seeing the woman approach while manipulating the orb, he questions how a succubus could have something so powerful in her possession. Approaching miserably in rage, the woman intimidates everyone with her demonic presence. Standing up despite the intense pain in his chest, the boy states he has no doubt about what this black mist is. This mist without question belongs to the demon lord, a mass of curses that had once been defeated by the team. But who exactly is this woman, as she seems much more powerful than she appears? Carefully observing his opponent, the protagonist senses 3 different spells. The first is physical transformation, the second is mental corruption, and the third is unknown. Clenching his fists and preparing for battle, he says that whether it's the demon lord or not, he cannot allow him to win again. Emitting lightning from his hands, highly focused, he declares that he will use every spell he has. Seeing that her enemy hasn't given up and isn't afraid at all, the succubus charges forward with all her hatred, spell after spell, emanating an arc of powerful electric lightning. Finishing the spell, he declares that it will be a curse against another curse, and that he will not give up. throwing all the lightning upwards into a vortex. He shouts that he will prove that these 3 years were not in vain. He charges forward at full speed, releasing even more lightning to defeat the enemy, activating the Cursed Mana spell. He launches it with full power toward the demon woman. The spell was so powerful that with its force, the woman's infatuated followers were thrown far away. Dust rises through the city due to the strength of the attack. The lightning destroys the entire structure of the bar and the ground of the city. But upon seeing all the destruction, the protagonist wakes up in a different body. Then observing himself, he realizes that the presence of the 2 demons has disappeared. Feeling relieved, standing up, he dusts himself off and realizes that all the spells he has stored in his body were lost. The mist was very suspicious, and it wasn't the first time the hero had risked his life like that. Touching his face to check for injuries, he notices something strange. He notices that a weird part of his body has grown, and that his hair is much longer like a girl's. His skin is very pale and extremely thin, just like a woman's. Looking more closely at his incomplete body, he realizes he is inside a girl's body. Screaming in rage, he wonders what that woman did to his original body. Him worries because he needs a plan, as his body is very strange, and the Demon Lord's army could be nearby. Closing his eyes, he concentrates, thinking that now it's time to recover the spells lost during the attack, easily materializing the divine scale in front of him, as he will in the future. He finally manages to recreate the divine scale perfectly before him, as if it were natural. Then promptly, the divine scale asks what the girl's wish is. Without hesitation, she responds that she wishes for the curse on her body to disappear and for her stored spell to return. The divine scale asks for compensation for such a powerful request. Already expecting this condition, the girl says she offers 90% of all her mana. Even so, the divine scale complains, saying that this compensation is not enough and that there will be limitations on the request. Already used to dealing with the divine scale, the girl accepts, knowing that the cost and performance of the request might be affected. Using all its power, the scale announces that the contract is sealed and then activates the spell. Then magically and without much effort, the girl's request is granted and her body is restored. Once again, the spells that were stored in the girl's body begin to recover. Blue energies coursed throughout her body, bursting the runes. As requested, all the spells that were stored in her body return. At full strength, she becomes as powerful as she was at the beginning, as if she had never fought that arduous battle. To finish, she extends her fingers, emanating a bit of blue energy toward a piece of glass. With a mere touch, a vortex forms beneath her feet, while several shards of glass begin to swirl around her finger. Using her powers, she creates a purple portal outside the building. The citizens nearby notice the purple circle and are surprised. They wonder if the horrible smell they sense comes from inside the place, and if it is demonic energy. A patrol of soldiers runs toward the building to investigate what is happening. As they run, they comment that everything was normal just moments ago and wonder what happened to the building. Observing the place and its spells, they realize that a perception distorting magic was cast around the area. Looking at the aura forming around it, one of the soldiers mutters Escable. He is certain that this barrier originated from the 4th Sacred Skeleton King. Grabbing a small orb in his hands, he realizes that the Succubus Queen was a commander, and that perhaps this orb is imitating the Demon Lord's presence. He places the orb into his pocket, planning to investigate it later, declaring that he can't just let this pass. He decides he must find out exactly what this is about. Looking at his feminine hands, he states that this is the strangest effect of all. If the goal was to defeat him, there are much faster ways than changing his gender. Irritated, he feels his nerves on edge, as he never wanted to be a woman. However, he calms himself and walks calmly, concluding that there's no point in worrying now, as he won't solve it anytime soon. The matter now is to adapt. Since this change seems permanent for now, the story moves forward to the present. At night, inside a mystical shop, sitting on a chair, the girl talks with her friend, telling him everything that happened over the past few weeks. The man's shop is filled with mystical items, with various potions, and strange instruments scattered all over the place. Preparing a potion, the man adds some leaves to the cauldron, while reflecting on the black mist. Annoyed, he tells his friend not to speak nonsense, but the other responds that he's not lying, and asks if he can't see his body. The old man smiles, and says that the past 5 years have been good for his friend, leaving him furious, because he clearly didn't understand the situation. Without wasting time, he snaps his fingers, emitting a powerful white magic. Then to properly carry out his potions, the old man dispels the illusion over his body, revealing that he is actually an elf. The purple potion splashes onto the counter, as the elf observes, and admits that he is not sure how to reverse this physical transformation. However, he affirms that he can at least prevent the corrosion the curse is causing in the girl's body. Slowly, he pours the liquid potion into a glass vial. After some time, the girl manages to fill several vials with the potion that can reduce the corrosion. Looking carefully at the mixture in her hands, she asks if this potion will really work. The sorcerer responds that it won't be a permanent solution, but at least she will be able to survive without depending on the saint. Always perceptive, the protagonist stares at her friend and states that he knows more about the curse than he is admitting. However, for some reason, he hesitates and replies that he cannot reveal everything he knows. The two begin to argue, but interrupting the fight, the elf tells the girl to drink the potion once a month, determined not to accept it for free. She says she will be available to help him whenever he needs. The man reflects for a moment and says that in truth, there is no payment he is interested in. But then he mentions that there is something he needs. In recent days, he has felt something moving in the underground tunnels of the city. Within the sewers, a completely purple wolf emanates curse energy. The elf reveals that he already sent a disciple to investigate, but without success. The girl is surprised and asks if he really has a disciple. The scene cuts to the sewers, where a young man emanates a blood-like energy. Curious, the protagonist continues asking about the boy. The elf corrects himself, saying that instead of calling him a disciple, it would be more accurate to call him a relative, as he was the one who taught magic to the young man. He then reveals the boy's name. Well, no, in the underground tunnels, the boy faces the demonic wolf, ready for a tough battle. In the city's underground, something very tense is happening. The disciple of the Black Towers fighting very bravely. An army of demonic wolves stands before the assassin, who shows no fear at all. As he approaches, he says he promises to meet Chloe tomorrow to activate his magic. He sacrifices the tip of his finger, stating that it's better to finish this battle as quickly as possible. He then unleashes a powerful beam of dark energy toward one of the wolves, completely destroying it. With his broken finger, he prepares to continue the battle, without pausing even for a second. Then he fires another blood blast, piercing through another cursed wolf. Finally, he strikes another from above, smashing it against the ground and easily defeating it. Many wolves are slain and left to fall into the sewer water. The boy starts speaking aloud, saying he thought his teacher was going crazy when she forced him into the river of mana. But something happened. While defeating another wolf with his powerful blast, he says he didn't expect that. It would actually bring him benefits. Now he can use less mana to achieve greater effects in his spell than before. After defeating all the enemies, he finally rests, as it had been a long and grueling battle. Then, in the background, someone calls his attention, making him turn to look deep within the city's sewer. Someone is approaching, sparking the protagonist's curiosity. From the end of the tunnel, it's possible to see the protagonist approaching, emanating very powerful blue energy. Hundreds and hundreds of wolves can be seen, while the boy murmurs that the undead are wandering freely through the city's sewers. And even so, if someone is walking through there without any concern for hiding their presence, even among so many enemies, then activating more and more powers to fight the approaching figure. The hero charges forward, raking even more fingers of his hand to fuel. His power becomes extremely stronger. Someone walking through such a hostile place could only mean that they were responsible for unleashing all the undead there. He activates the powerful magic, known as the Needle of Shadows. The boy from a black tower casts the spell toward the girl with all his speed, aiming to defeat her. The protagonist, upon seeing the shadow needle approaching, does not react with fear, as she knows exactly how to counter it. The assassin then begins to prepare even more attacks, moving all the water around, without giving his enemy any chance to react. However, his attacks prove ineffective, as he realizes that his rival dodged very easily, even faster than the northern warrior. Worried about the strength of his opponent, he breaks all his remaining fingers, saying that he needs to use everything he has to defeat her. Then several barges of shadow mules are launched toward his enemy, aiming to defeat her, but without any fear. The girl activates the acceleration magic, easily dodging all the attacks coming her way. She jumps very high, escaping all the shadow blades, and advancing against the boy. Seeing the woman approach, the boy panics because he had given everything he had, and it was all useless. Seeing the girl's hand coming closer, he realizes he cannot do anything to counterattack, as she is much faster than his magic. The pointed girl gets too close, leaving the boy no choice, as it is impossible to dodge at that distance. But in truth, her magic was just a playful flick on the boy's forehead. Teasing him, she leaves him completely confused. Finally, she ends the battle, saying that Bella's improved a lot since the last time they met. However, as a teacher, she corrects her student, saying he still lacks the basics. And the first lesson is, never attack a person you don't know out of nowhere. Then surprising her disciple greatly, the girl reveals herself, startling him, as he didn't know. The assistant teacher would go down into the sewers. Very confused, he asked why. His mentor's assistant came down to the city's underground, sleepy because it is already late. She responds that the boy's master asked her to clean up all the mess being made in the sewers. This leaves the boy even more confused, asking if the master she is talking about is old Cardi from a city's potion shop. The girl snaps her fingers, confirming that she was indeed talking about the elf. Then while preparing to leave, after cleaning up all the sewers, she comments that Cardi and she have been old friends for a long time. The bodies of the wolves begin to completely disintegrate with the magic. Kira is the boy asked the teacher's age, and she answers that she is 21 years old. As they walk to leave the sewers, the girl asks Emo if he would like to say anything, and he responds that he would not. But catching the teacher's attention, the boy says that he actually has a question. They stop all walking, and the boy promptly asks what the young woman used to do before joining the academy. He comments that he finds it very strange for a teacher to be so extraordinarily efficient on a battlefield. Admiringly, he says that her movements are something completely different. A student who spent his whole life reading books could never move like that. Then, with a mysterious look, the girl slowly responds that you could say she spent some time in many dirty places. Suddenly, from the shadows, more cursed wolves start to appear, furious over the loss of their companions, already bored with all of it. The girl ends the conversation, saying it's time to put an end to this exercise. They arrive in front of a rustic door, guarded by several wolves. The girl observes and says that it seems to be her final destination. Then she activates two powerful spells, causing runes to swirl throughout the room, preparing a destructive attack. The spell hits all the wolves present, making them scream in pain, as their bodies are completely disintegrated by the magic shielding himself from the spell's impact. The boy asked what kind of magic that was. To him it seemed like the girl combined several spells at the same time to unleash a single powerful attack. Being just a student, he admits he cannot even begin to understand the principle and mechanism behind that spell. When the door begins to open, the boy hesitates, smelling an unpleasant odor. and wondering if they really should enter. With all her experience, the girl says she can already guess what's inside, and that she must be very careful when cleaning up this kind of thing. Inside the room, the tomb reveals itself, with a very beautiful stone in front. Time passes, and it is now morning in the city. Back at the potion shop, the protagonist asks who Belle is meeting with. The old man quickly responds that he is meeting with a childhood friend, named Close Surprise. Since she didn't imagine he had a childhood friend, she asks why the boy changes his appearance. It responds that it was to get closer to humans. Ending the conversation, the girl says that she needs to leave, as she has many things to take care of. She places a small altar on the table, explaining that this simple monument was releasing an exponential amount of demonic energy. It was suspicious enough that something like this was hidden in the middle of the city, underground, guarded by several monsters. But even more concerning was that the material was exactly the same as the marble the succubus had been using. Perceptive as always, she realizes the object was also protected by a perception barrier, which explained why no one had noticed its presence in the city. The old man is left speechless, simply observing the jewel and reflecting on what to do. Adding to her explanation, the girl comments that while the underground is far from everyone's eyes, something like this at the heart of the royal capital is very suspicious. She concludes by saying that a major disturbance is about to happen because of this. And finally, she states with conviction that the scent and the touch of the demon lord are everywhere. It has been a month since the woman became an assistant, and many things have happened during this time. Little by little, she is getting used to teaching. At Aplia Academy, she continues giving her lessons, and her students are improving more and more. In class, she begins explaining that some spells need to be combined with others to work correctly. For example, she mentions a type of imprisonment spell that can be diagrammed in a specific way. Focused on the lesson, Lark diligently writes down all the explanations and runes, aiming to become the best. Wrapping up her explanation, the teacher materializes a magical system, demonstrating that it can be cast with minimal mana usage, and asks if anyone has questions. The students are left speechless by the ease with which she conjures the magic, as they are not yet at that level. Noticing the astonishment of the class, she feels that her students did not understand anything. She explained, even though it had been easy at her level. She lightly cautions, reflecting on how she might make her explanations more accessible in the future. She ends the lesson by asking the students to leave the content written on the blackboard and spend the rest of the day trying to understand what was taught. While writing, she reflects that, although she is still not used to teaching, today's class felt easier. She suggests that the students try casting the spell on their own before the next class, practicing to work through any difficulties. After that, she bids farewell and ends a class for the day. The students gather around the blackboard, discussing the explanation and trying to figure out how to cast the spell. After class, the girl heads to her personal room to rest a little. Leaving the classroom, she senses that her master will probably scold her again. She remembers the last times when he complained about certain aspects of her teaching. Even though many students are struggling, she knows that some have said they have learned a lot since her classes began. At the end of the hallway, she notices a teacher surrounded by two students, helping them with some doubts. He patiently explains the functioning of a spell, simplifying it as much as possible so the students can understand. As she passes by and hears the explanation, the girl realizes the man managed to teach the principle of explosion. Very easily, she begins to sweat nervously, realizing that maybe she needs to put in the same effort to make her explanations easier to grasp. Observing the teacher's didactic, she questions why she had never thought of that before. Still reflecting, she thinks that if the students don't understand, they will try to clear their doubts on their own. But the purple-haired girl did, placing a stack of papers on the table. A man approaches her and asks if she knows what it's about. Looking at the papers, he explains that they are complaints about her classes. and that there are many. The girl shudders, realizing she will now have to improve her teaching style. The man emphasizes that, even though she is only given 2 classes, it is important that she reads all the critiques to improve her didactics. One of the complaints says that the magical circuits used in her explanations are extremely complex and difficult to understand. Another mentions that the speed of the class is too fast, making it hard to follow along. Finally, a third complaint points out that students don't understand the terminology of the spells used in the previous lesson. Very irritated, the man with classes who is leading a meeting asks what exactly the girl has been doing in her classes and urges her to put herself in the student's shoes. Slightly annoying, she responds that she doesn't fully understand the situation either, trying to justify herself. The man, visibly upset, asks her to calm down, as he is beginning to lose his patience, smirking sarcastically. He comments that a teacher who doesn't know how to teach is a major problem. He states that there is a huge difference between her and the last assistant Celt, who had a much more efficient teaching style. Curious, the girl asks who this man is, which leaves her interlocutor surprised, as he cannot believe she does not know. The former assistant, explaining, he reveals that SCLP fought side by side with Professor McCart on the battlefield. He adds that he was withdrawn from combat due to serious injuries, but that he still continues to walk the path of magic. Mocking, he says that unlike a certain person, a man puts himself in the situation and position of his students and teaches them to move forward. He says that he is a true and highly respected educator. At the belittle in the girl. Some time passes and the story moves to the cafe, where the protagonist always goes to relax a little. Opening the cafe door, the attendant tells the girl to sit wherever she likes, and we see that the girl present at the cafe's Lash, who came to study a bit. Many students complain that the teacher's classes are too difficult to understand, so they asked Celt to explain, because his teaching method is much better. Being very antisocial, the girl wonders why there are so many people in this cafe. Then she notices an empty spot to sit and gets excited about it, paying attention to her surroundings. She hopes that the person nearby won't be too noisy, spilling his drink all over. Lark introduces himself, greeting the girl. She is very surprised, as she was not expecting her friend to be studying at the cafe at the same time. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, the girl asks if the boy's name is Lark, as she remembered, which she confirms. He responds, saying that he is drinking black water while studying, leaving the student very confused, wondering if by black water he means coffee. While studying, he says that it seems that around here, they call it black water, and that it is not easy task. Observing the boy, the girl notices that he is making a very strange face while drinking, and there must be a reason for that. Looking at the boy's notes, she realizes that he is studying a very peculiar rune. Promptly, the boy replies that it is a problem he received that morning and has been unable to solve since then. He explains that some of his colleagues come here to study and drink this famous black coffee with the tips of his fingers, completely dirty from studying the rune and smudging part of the drawing. Being very attentive, the girl begins to notice the writings and thinks of something. Then she recalls a memory of herself studying, very focused, surrounded by a pile of books. Her tears fall onto the book, smudging all the paper and preventing her from studying. The girl cries a lot, as it was a very difficult task to study. Sitting next to the boy, she wonders what he is not understanding, and maybe she can help. After studying a bit and understanding, she says that the method he is using is the same as the one used in the third question that had been solved, stating that the boy has a bit of an attention problem. She says she will only explain once, so we should pay attention, while the students suggest asking Professor Celt about the basics. The girl, being different, says to consult the book when in doubt. Then on the other side of the academy, the girl once again hears the professor's name, getting irritated and trying to remember who it is. Drinking a coffee, she reflects that just by looking at her students' faces. It is enough to see that he is terrible at teaching, getting on edge. After hearing once more the name of the assistant professor, who is helping everyone, very sweetly two students apologize for interrupting her during her break and ask if they can clear up a doubt. Promptly a man says yes. Watching the man explain the issue easily, the protagonist wonders if he is the one they have been talking about. All along feeling very jealous, she turns her whole body. Want to see how good this man really is. As everyone says, the story takes place inside the academy. In training field 2A, random student is very scared of a creature he's facing. During training, the creature is truly intimidating, resembling a boar but with yellow eyes and demon horns. Then a man shouts in anger, declaring the training is over. This is the magic combat teacher Clerpet, who calls the student pathetic and demands that he get out. Students gather in the corner of the room, questioning whether it was really necessary to fight a demonic beast alone. Very irritated, the man is extremely authoritarian and yells at his students, saying that the former assistant professor was much better at teaching. Then one of the students, while about to face a beast, begins to wonder why the school keeps these animals inside the academic facility. The animal looks even stranger than usual, emanating red energy, appearing much more cursed than normal. Losing control, it lunges, jumping very high toward the student, wanting to defeat him instantly. This leaves him scared, completely speechless and unsure how to react, as he is not fast enough. All the boy can do is let out a scream that could be heard throughout the entire Apley Academy. Then we return to the cafe, where the protagonist was observing the other assistant professor, sitting alone in a chair. The teacher starts to observe Selt, wondering how good he actually is. At another table, the man is gathered with female students, who are asking questions about magic and rune-related problems. Very curious, the girl wonders what is so different about his explanation, since it is basically what she taught in her last class. In truth, the professor explains much more carefully and delicately, showing everything step by step, something the woman does not do. A little irritated, she starts to reflect on what to do and pulls her coffee closer to take a sip. However, there is something very important that the MC notices, a difference between her students and Selt's. His students are much happier. The professor's students seem to show a clear understanding of the subject and progress, unlike the students studying with Rainia. She struggles to understand and gets stuck on certain points. Looking at the brown-haired professor, she feels that he has a true passion for what he does, wondering what he does so differently. Very grateful, the students leave, happy to finally understand the subject they were lost in. And very sweetly, the boy waves goodbye with a smile, because he enjoys what he does and feels no obligation. When the girl approaches, the man promptly notices and says, this is the first time he sees her properly. Then he turns to his professional colleague and asks if he can help her with something specific. Curious, the girl asks if he knows her, and he replies yes, saying she's the most talk-about subject in the academy, and invites her to sit down. This seems to bother the protagonist a lot, as she fidgets nervously upon hearing she's a common topic. Always very sweet, Selt says she seems to be having trouble and would be happy to chat if it is not inconvenient. Embarrassed, the girl says that the professor teaches the students in a way that they can understand and asks if there's a trick to it. Stirring his coffee, he says he is honored to be considered so good at what he does, and laughs a little. He then explains that it is not really a trick, but that his students are still in the early stages, explaining that being young, they have many paths to choose from, and even if they pick one, they often stop halfway, doubting their choice, and all he does is teach them the way his own master taught him, with great care and affection. Recalling how she was taught by the old man, the girl finally understands what needs to be done. Looking out the cafe window, the girl says, is a somewhat delicate and heavy topic to discuss, but always very welcoming. The brown-haired man says he understands. He explains that he studied pedagogy and offers to recommend some books for her to read and deepen her understanding. Then he invites the girl to visit the laboratory after their conversation, if she is free. Curious, the girl says her schedule is quite open today and accepts the invitation. Then the two promptly leave. The boy says he will show her the school's laboratory. Some time passes and the sun is already setting. Walking through the school premises, a professor asks if he can ask a personal question about the young lady. When his friend agrees, he asks when she met Professor Rosal. However, before he can finish his question, someone shouts the man's name very loudly, shifting the entire conversation's attention. Then the two turn to see who called, and they see it is the combat professor, asking what he is doing. For some reason, the combat professor is very angry and starts advancing towards Selt. Reflecting, the protagonist remembers that this professor's name had been mentioned earlier by the boy with glasses. Trying to justify himself, the boy says he was just having conversation with the teacher, which irritates Mchat, who says he is doing useless things. Very irritated as always, he throws all his papers into the air and starts shouting, affirming that there is another beastly demon going crazy in the classroom, fighting against the students, humiliating Selt. He says that if the professor cannot do his job properly, it would be better for him to return to the battlefield. Then he leaves angrily, saying this is the last warning, and demanding that he investigate and send a report by the evening. Worried about her colleague, the girl turns and asks if he's okay. Kelt is a little uncomfortable, but reassures his friend by saying that this is normal to happen. Then, collecting the papers from ground, he explains that the combat professor wants to teach the students through practical battles. That is why he creates demons in the laboratory. Finishing gathering the papers, he says that the research with the beasts has been somewhat stagnant lately. Reflecting, the Goebbels says that practical experience is important, but wonders if it is really necessary to create cursed beasts. Adding to that, the man says that in the end, it is all for the sake of research. But he does not finish his sentence, leaving the girl curious to know what he was going to say, and he replies that it is nothing. Jokingly, he comments that carrying them can be a bit heavy, and the girl retorts, saying she takes some pride in her strength. Then the two continue talking as they walk through the school corridors. Some time passes, and now it is nighttime. The forest training field of the academy. Apparently, a very brutal battle is taking place, with blasts of red energy flying around. In fact, we see that someone is training their magic against the trees to improve and become even better. The one training is Bell, who is tired and complains that something is bothering him. Calling his last mission, he says he cannot stop thinking about that suspicious altar because he knows there is an abnormal aura surrounding it. But the assistant professor said nothing about it. While lost in his thoughts, someone arrives at the scene, saying they did not expect anyone to be there already. The person who arrived is Lark, who asked if his friend occasionally trains in this forest too, just like him, observing the damage to the trees. He says that the boy's accuracy has improved a lot since the last time, wondering what training he has been following. The two start walking, while the warrior asks if his friend has a mentor outside the academy, and Bell retorts, hidden among the trees, there is an army of demonic beasts. Observing the two boys walking. As they walk, they start talking about various random topics. Finally, Lark asks if they can have a little competition, suggesting they turn this training into a challenge. Looking ahead, the assassin says aloud that it is funny to think that beastly demons would appear in Aplia, but his friend easily retorts, saying that normally this would be impossible to happen within the Academy's territory. Seeing the beastly dogs approaching, they wonder how they should count the points for the competition. The animals start running, spreading cursed aura everywhere. Completely enraged and eager for battle. Starting a challenge, the two prepare for a long fight. Seeing the unstoppable animals approaching, they shout at the same time as start and charge forward. In the academy dormitories, We can see that one of the houses has a huge hole inside the room. Someone complains that the wind is very strong today, making a lot of noise. We see that it is one of the academy students who says that with this wind, it is impossible to sleep. Then suddenly a big explosion happens, sending a stone flying through the ceiling. Getting up and very curious, one of the students wonders what that thing is in front of him and why it is moving. It is a demon that appeared, something impossible, because the academy has a barrier surrounding the entire place, and they realize that the combat professor uses these beastly demons in his class, making everything even more suspicious. Even so, there's an army of dogs, forcing the students to run for their lives. More and more dogs appear all the time, making the students wonder if they are multiplying. Every second, a series of dogs charges at one of the boys, who has no time to defend himself, only accepting his defeat. Then a lot of slime appears all over the room. During tying the floor, suddenly we see that the boy is still alive, wondering why it did not hurt. Feeling very confused, another student appears, saying that the students have been evacuated to the third dormitory. It is possible to see her summons, defeating one of the wolves without any mercy, surrounded by several summoned creatures, including lions and birds. Lestai appears, saying that her classmates were in her way, with the dormitory completely destroyed. The boy thanks her for saving him, and the girl replies that she only did what needed to be done promptly. The girl activates a green magic, a multiple summons essential for that moment, preparing for the fight. She summons even more lions onto the ground and charges at the enemies. Seeing an army of dogs in front of her, she thinks her summoned beasts will be enough to defeat them. With a clear objective, she orders her summons to deal with the enemies, while she handles something else. The battle begins violently, with the two races of animals fighting relentlessly. Running, the girl asks her fairy where the presence is coming from, because she needs to defeat it. Closing her eyes to concentrate, she realizes that the presence comes from the forest, outside the dormitory, and that is where the two head, searching for whoever is causing all of this. Inside the forest, something begins to emit pink energy from its eyes, seeming extremely powerful. It is a giant stone golem, attempting to pass through the building. Near the first dormitory, the monster is so massive and powerful that its steps echo through the entire forest, audible even at the academy. After a long battle, many animals are lying defeated on the ground. Then we see that it is the two friends who were competing to see who could defeat more enemies. Seeing that the beasts are endless, the emo boy asked his friend if he is already tired, teasing him a lot. The other, while fighting more enemies, retorts that he is far from tired, looking at the great mountain before him. Bell says he is just getting warmed up. His friend replies that it is time to heat things up. The great titan senses the presence of the two and starts advancing toward them. Following its hunting instincts, the golem charges through the forest, mercilessly breaking all the trees in its path. Steam and monster approaching without stopping. The assassin begins to prepare for the fight. The same happens with the northern warrior, who plans his strategy to defeat the enemy. Then the two activate magic, specific to the towers where they were taught. Both leap using their blue and red mana to charge against the stone titan. The first to attack is Bell, who activates the red shadow Neil. He fires several volleys of this magic at the enemy, trying to weaken it. He manages to hit the monster's shoulder, but the attack does not seem to have much effect, only spilling a bit of green fluid to help his friend. The northern warrior jumps and prepares a powerful attack. With his axe, activating the weight magic, he leaps over the titan, further energizing his weapon for a destructive blow, throwing one of his axes toward the titan. He causes even more damage to its structure. The blow is so powerful that it cuts off one of the arms, which had already been weakened by the shadow needle, causing massive damage to the titan. Irritated, the enemy roars in pain, scattering green fluid across the field, but does not give up fighting. Seeing the giant advancing, The disciple of the Black Tower says, "This should have been the end of the battle." Curious, he notes that their blows should have completely immobilized the monster, but that is not what happened. Surprised, he realizes the monster is much more powerful than appear to be. To their shock, the fallen arm of the Titan starts to regenerate through magic. Confused, they wonder what is happening and how to stop this regeneration. And someone from deep within the forest responds that the answer is obvious. Surprising the white-haired boy appearing suddenly, a girl asks if they really expect it to defeat an enemy without knowing its weaknesses. The two are stunned by her sudden presence in the battle. Suspicious, the emo asks if she came to help them, and a girl replies that she could not stand by while the academy was in chaos. But selfishly, as a disciple of the Black Tower, Bell says he could have to be honest. Then the girl interrupts the conversation, saying that does not matter now. The focus must be on defeating the Titan, which is different from the other monsters, because the golem has a magical core that forces it to maintain its form. The only way to destroy it completely, leaving no chance for recovery, is to strike that core. The little fairy is confused because the structure of the demonic golem looks strange. Besides, something very odd is happening at the academy. The barriers should prevent creatures like this from entering. This could only mean that the monsters did not break through the barrier, but instead appeared inside the school grounds. Worried, the girl says she has a very bad feeling about this and asks everyone to be careful during the fight. Lark asks if the plan is simply to destroy the core, and the girl confirms that this will make everything easier. The three begin to emanate their magic, preparing for the arduous battle ahead, wanting to protect their fellow students. Promptly, the two boys charge to the front lines, leaving their friend behind as support. Both charge forward, preparing attacks from their respective schools, while the girl begins to cast her spells. The Northern Warrior, a disciple of the White Tower, casts 2 spells on himself. He prepares to deliver a powerful blow and needs to understand the enemy's movements first. Then he strikes a destructive attack, making the golem spread green fluid throughout the forest, suffering heavy damage. Following the plan, Bell needs to move forward and attack before the monster regenerates. He activates his black blood magic and casts the Prison of Shadows, completely wrapping the golem, trying to immobilize it. The final blow is left to the girl, who summons extremely powerful lightning fairies. Using multiple spells, she enhances her summons, but begins to sweat from excessive mana consumption. Bell, impatient, urges her to hurry up. The girl says she is ready, and finally summons the most powerful lightning fairy. The spirit summoned is Syl, the legendary thunder fairy. Without hesitation, Syl begins casting her magic, calling down lightning across the entire area. With an ancient thunder spell, she creates glowing runes in the sky, summoning a raging storm. A rain of lightning crashes down with overwhelming force, striking directly at the Titan's core. At the academy, we see several broken windows, and someone saying they had a lot of work, but none thanks to Professor Mackard. The school floor is completely dirty, and someone is sweeping to try to clean it up. The students are helping to stir life back into the school, while one of them says they knew this would happen the moment they decided to fight beasts. Carrying boxes on his shoulder, Lark asks if they need help moving anything on the floor. The students thank him, saying it is a good thing. They no longer have to fight demonic animals. They comment that making students fight cursed beasts, even to prepare them for real battles, is an exaggeration. They say the combat professor has a terrible habit of speaking ill and belittling students he does not like. They wonder how someone can be so bad at being a teacher, complaining that he was careless enough managing the beasts to let this happen. They mention they heard that assistant professor Selt was able to control the animals. Even so, the blame falls on the professor, and we see him standing in a tribunal with the academy directors. During the entire interrogation session, someone bangs the gavel. We see that it was the director who silently orders everyone to come to order. Then he asks the professor if he has anything to say regarding the accusations against him, making him nervous. That all the research and achievements related to demons, most importantly, all the beastly animals inside the academy, were under the professor's jurisdiction. All evidence points to man's guilt. Getting very nervous and irritated, the man says the demonic beasts were being bred for practical combat, training, and experimentation with the students. He claims that he is a warrior who fights for people on a battlefield, and that it is wrong to suspect him of manipulating beasts to attack others. The students comment that he is not actually answering the question. The man continues, saying that there is a limit to how much insult he can take, reflecting the princess of bodyguard. Says the professor has always had a strong temper. It asserts his pride as a warrior. Not even the master of the Grey Tower could break the academy's barrier, serving as strong evidence against the professor. The beasts came from within the school, and the first ones were hidden by a perception-altering spell. With all the arguments laid out, everything points to someone infiltrated inside the academy. They say the man will not convince anyone at the tribunal of his innocence if he only shouts and gets angry at everyone. Observing this whole scene, the director becomes increasingly irritated and impatient with the weak defense of the accused. The accused assistant appears, shouting for him to sit down, calm himself, and wait for the director to act. When the soldiers recognize who the boy is, they let him through. He thanks them, very relieved as he had been treated badly. Approaching the tribunal, Cell prepares to speak and compliment the case. As always, the trainer yells that all of this was caused by his assistants. Poor management. Impatient, the director asks the assistant to share his opinion on the case so they can conclude the trial. The assistant begins to speak about the case, saying that he believes the incident could have caused great damage to the academy. He adds that thanks to the students' efforts, the beasts were defeated, and that is sufficient evidence to show the effectiveness of the classes. He says it was an unprecedented accident, but also proof that the students took the opportunity to demonstrate their abilities. He finishes by saying that if someone is to be blamed, it should be him, for he failed to properly manage the animals. After analyzing all the boy's statement, the director interrupts him, saying he understands his point and begins to reflect. Inside the school, it is forbidden to breed demonic animals, and if opponents were needed, other methods should have been used. Because of this failed attempt, many students who were not prepared for combat end up injured. Review any entire speech. He says the man's opinion is not wrong, but there is a caveat to all of this. It is not right to place all the blame solely on the professor's assistant for the accident that occurred. To avoid harming anyone, the best course of action is for Cell to be cautious with his words. Summarizing the entire case, the director orders that the combat professor be detained until the matter is decided and concluded. However, the tribunal's result leaves the man furious, his nerves on edge, allowing hatred to consume him. Angry, he starts shouting at the director, asking how he dares insult him so rudely. While people try to restrain him, breaking free, he screams that he was a kingdom warrior and cannot be treated like this. After all this happens, the story shifts and a bright constellation appears. Someone speaks to another person, telling them to pursue and retrieve something important. The one listening is the blonde princess, who hears a voice advising her. The girl seems to be in space, in a spiritual moment beyond human consciousness. She was sleeping while hearing the voice, asking her to seek something important. Finally, she wakes up very confused, wondering what had just happened. In her dream, the day seems to be starting now, and the sun is shining through the castle window. Putting her clothes in her closet to get ready for school, the girl reflects that this revelation was different from the others she had before. She says it is the first time the stars have given her a revelation, as if speaking directly to her. Confused, she looks at herself in the mirror, wondering what the stars were trying to tell her. With all of this, then someone enters the room while the girl is reflecting. on the meaning of the quest mentioned. The princess's butler greets her and offers to accompany her to the school. It then starts explaining what happened at the professor's tribunal, saying he was placed in temporary detention and that his classes will be conducted by stealth. Walking through the house, the girl wonders if anyone else was included in the investigation. The brown-haired boy explains that for now, the combat professor is the only suspect in the entire investigation. The princess becomes thoughtful, saying she understands, but still feels something is off. As she walks, she suddenly stops, turning abruptly and startling her butler. She positions herself in front of the door and says she does not completely understand the star's revelation, but ended up there, as if guided by them. Knocking on the door, the girl calls out to the assistant professor, Rania, for a conversation. Upon entering the room, the blonde says she has something she would like to discuss privately with the professor. However, as soon as she enters, she sees the room completely messy, the piles of papers scattered across the floor. Feeling very confused by the disorder. Being polite, the professor tells them to feel free to step on anything on the floor. She's focused on her board of saying she's preparing her next class and asks her student to take a look to see if they understand anything. She explains that she tried to simplify it in her own way, showing the board full of ancient writings and magical runes. Two are completely speechless, embarrassed because they understand nothing of the supposed simplification. Try to shift the focus. One of them coughs to catch the girl's attention. He begins explaining that he is the kind of person who can understand magical circuits only by instinct, but he doubts he can help much. Sweetly, the professor says that the MC seems to have changed the direction of her heart since the open clash she gave, which leads her confused. She explains that since the last class, she has been searching for books and preparing more for the next lessons. Finally understanding what her student means, the professor clarifies that the books are not hers. In fact, all the books and materials on the table belong to Professor Selt, who lent them to her. As soon as she finishes the sentence, the princess feels a sharp headache, as if glass were shattering inside her skull. And it is now morning at Apley Academy, and everyone is excited for the day. In the classroom, the assistant announces that he will temporarily be responsible for teaching classes in place of the combat professor. He says that from now on, practical classes with beasts will be replaced by the study of basic combat theories. However, unlike the others, the northern warriors and a boy with purple hair do not show any enthusiasm about the news. This thing happens with the emo student, who becomes bored upon learning. He will have to spend an hour listening to theory instead of practicing. The assistant then begins the class, explaining the fundamentals of magical combat and writing theoretical concepts on the board. In a school corridor, two students comment that they heard the beast laboratory was shut down and that Selt will be taking over the classes. Meanwhile, the three students discuss the matter, and a girl asks if something's on their minds. Lark responds that he cannot get rid of the rotten smell from the battles, leaving the girl confused about what smell he is talking about. Reflecting on a better way to express it, the girl asks if he means that the matter is still unresolved. His friend confirms, and Bell says he feels the same, having been involved in different problems, all related to the cursed beasts. Perceptive, the girl deduces that manipulating so many demons at once must be impossible, even for a professor, and that someone else must be behind it. She emphasizes that it is just a hunch, since there is still no concrete proof. But suddenly the blonde girl confirms that she has the same suspicion, wanting to help with the investigation. The girl joins the three to discuss the matter, surprising the purple-haired girl with her presence. The blonde asserts that they're still far from solving this problem. Some time passes, and it is now nighttime at Apley Academy. The four students continue investigating and ask if the princess is sure about her suspicions. She answers that she has faith in her intuition, however, always suspicious and smart. Lassie interrupts the discussion to point out something important. She notices that the place they are entering is the assistant professor's room and emphasizes that this could be a mistake. The blonde compliments by saying that Lark has exceptional intuition and that something could indeed be hidden there. Still doubtful and sweating cold, Leslie says she does not doubt the princess's words, but feels fear. The princess then touches a constellation with her finger and claims that the stars are guiding the group to this place through a form of precognition. The four position themselves in front of the door, ready to continue the investigation and uncover more about what is happening at the school. Turning the doorknob, the Northern Warrior says that the rotten smell is getting stronger. As they approach, upon opening the door, he adds that once they enter, all problems should resolve and become clear. As they enter the room, they notice several cages and realize that the demons were captured and placed there as prisoners. Looking at the table, they clearly see that the creatures have been domesticated by control. Magic afraid someone suggests they leave the place, but the princess takes responsibility if anything goes wrong and asks them to investigate carefully. Looking around the room, the smartest but least attentive boy states nothing there seems suspicious to him. The Harris, in turn, reflects that there must certainly be something in the place that can bring them closer to the truth. Even if the assistant professor is not the true culprit, something in that environment could inculcate someone else. Suddenly, someone enters the room by surprise, frightening everyone, especially the princess. He turns around in fear. The protagonist and her friend arrive at the room and notice the four students investigating, while the professor questions why they are there so late at night. He begins to reflect on why his students are there, considering their behavior suspicious in itself. Taking a lead, the Northern Hare calls the professor's attention to something, extending his hand to the man. He says, there are a few things that need to be clarified. In this case, looking at the books on the shelf, he mentions that there are some questions on his mind that require answers directly. He asked the professor if he was the one who released the demonic dogs into the school, leaving the man surprised by the accusation. Then suddenly the assassin, irritated, asks his friend to explain why he is accusing him of something in the first place. He then responds that he has nothing specific, but his intuition tells him that this is exactly what happened. He adds that the assistant professor carries the same guilt, while the girls reflect on not, making him even more irritated at a moment like this. The girl asks the professor why she is there at that hour, and she explains that she was just returning the books she had borrowed. Interrupting the entire discussion, someone interjects, saying it is already getting late, and it is better for everyone to go to sleep, asking them to check the time. To appease the situation, they suggest continuing this conversation later, but the blonde interrupts, stating that this won't be enough. Not at all, she suddenly declares that. The stars agree with Lark's statements. She adds that on behalf of her family, she's obligated to investigate his suspicion about the assistant teacher, making the protagonist nervous. In the background, the teacher clenches his fists, slightly irritated, commenting that the Northern boy really stands out in this school. The boy notices the teacher's fists and remains alert to any potential strike coming his way. Trained for situations like this, he begins to pull out his axe, hidden beneath his cloak, to defend himself in case his sudden fight breaks out. The teacher becomes slightly nervous, saying that without a doubt he is. But he doesn't finish his sentence. Sweating coldly, he manages to finish his own sentence, stating that, without a doubt, he was the one who released the demonic beasts. This surprises the two fighters in the room, as the teacher admits that, in fact, he was behind the entire incident at the school. Curious, the heiress asks him to explain why he would do something so terrible in such a peaceful territory. Nervous, invisibly remorseful, he says he can explain everything that happened. He begins to recount that the combat instructor had some plans involving those types of beasts. He explains that the instructor was trying to find a way to create an intelligent, cursed creature to be utilized The girl widens her eyes, surprised by what she has just heard. Wondering what exactly he was trying to achieve, he continues explaining that in his cell, the man had reached the limit of how many beasts he could control, but something kept him obsessed with this goal, drawing him deeper and deeper into his research. Blinded by his ambition, he started creating more and more animals to use as test subjects. That was when the incident suddenly occurred. At the academy, many students were not prepared to fight the beasts and ended up severely injured during the process. He confesses that he couldn't say this in court because things would worsen for the instructor. With a heavy conscience, he admits he thought he could at least eliminate all the beasts by himself, crying and feeling extremely guilty. He says it's all his fault. If he had worked harder, he could have prevented the instructor from doing something so horrible he breaks into tears, while all the students and the protagonist watch him, silently reflecting. Approaching gently, Lash tells the teacher to calm down, stating that she now understands the whole situation. Always straightforward, Belle asks what they should do from now on with this information. Someone in the background suggests telling everything to the director and letting him decide what to do. At the moment this sentence is said, a bit of universal dust passes through the girl's fingers. She reflects that the stars are revealing something, and their warnings are intensifying even more. She wonders why, given that the teacher seemingly revealed everything there was to say. Suddenly the universal dust stops, passing through the girl's fingers, leaving her very surprised. Then, someone inside the room activates their punishment. Magic the teacher is forcefully thrown aside, surprising everyone in the room with the brutality of the blow. Mockingly someone says, they only wanted to hear an excuse, and didn't need to create such a stupid story for that. On edge this person says, the teacher deserved a punch in the face, and asks if they should call him by what he really is. And then Blumley insults him, calling him two-faced, in front of everyone in the room. The two boys are very surprised to see that the man is still standing, and apparently filled with hatred. Convinced by the assistant's false story, they wonder what the girl was doing, and ask if the man is all right. After the impact, the man starts laughing in a very malicious way, as he clearly has some disgusting plan in mind. As he stands up, people are surprised by this strange reaction from the teacher, who suddenly started laughing, emanating a red magic. He says their friend is much more intimidating than he thought, and laughs a bit more, activating the magic release. He opens all the cages holding the animals and sets them loose to attack the students. An army of dogs rushes towards the students, drawing everyone's attention and starting a battle. Inside the room, laughing maliciously, he tells people to do something about the dogs, or something worse will happen. Using his red magic, he claims he can calm the animals, making them as docile as pets. But he warns that if he can do this, he can also do the opposite, making them even more aggressive. He says this is slightly different from the original plan, but insists it'll still work. This irritates the teacher with his attitude. Confident, he reveals his plan, saying he has enough beasts to destroy this cursed academy, once and for all, but completely unintimidated. The protagonist asks if he really thinks they'll allow it to happen, without fighting back. Then stepping forward, she draws the attention of the two girls in the room, clearly with a plan in mind. She also calls the assassin. He was already preparing his blood magic for a tough battle. The same goes for a white-haired boy, who draws out his sharp axe, ready to fight, preparing herself for battle. She tells her students to chase after the animals, as she has something else to handle at the moment. The man then starts saying he's heard a lot about the teacher, and that many claim she's quite powerful. But he's not intimidated. With a malicious look, he prepares a fire spell, saying he understands why she acts so arrogantly. Launching the powerful spell, he says he understands why she thought she could defeat him. However, the spell is easily deflected with a slap, making it fall to the ground effortlessly. The girl doesn't even move, wiping sweat from her face. She asks who the teacher thinks he is, to call her arrogant like that. Without stopping, the teacher activates his multiple ignition spell, enjoying the battle. He throws more fireballs, acknowledging his rival's boldness. The two begin fighting, while the girl points out that he did all this while teaching classes, with an innocent face. Laughing at the comment, he asks if she really thinks the combat professor is his master. Then he unleashes a powerful blast of fire, saying he has only one mentor. Very surprised, the girl asks if he's referring to the man with the filthy, demonic energy, cutting through the fire blast with her bare hand and releasing her own magic. She asks if he truly calls that man his master. Then, she takes out the small stone she found at the altar. Admitting this will be more difficult than she imagined. The school villain is greatly surprised, wondering how the girl got hold of that stone. Breaking the stone, she says the man is making everything harder and questions why he collaborate with demons. Seeing the altar destroyed, the man becomes enraged, saying it was a relic belonging to his master. He clenches his fists, emanating purple energy, and says the girl has no idea how valuable that was. Completely insane, he starts releasing his purple energy throughout the room, demanding to know how she dared to break that object. Many purple runes appear in the surroundings, preparing a powerful attack, capable of destroying any amateur. Then he activates his dark magic called black needles. Countless needles begin shooting out of the purple rooms. With great speed and power, the black needles move around the room like lightning, not stopping even for a second, surprising everyone. They hit the protagonist, causing a small explosion upon impact, while the needles strike her. He mocks her, saying she's an idiot who doesn't understand the true value, what she destroyed. The man's hatred begins affecting the room's structure, making the walls shake as he continues shouting. The power of his energy is so intense that the room starts falling apart, unable to withstand the magical pressure. Seeing the girl lying on the floor after the impacts, he starts laughing, believing he has won. With an evil smile, he says this was the power he sought all along. His evil purple energy intensifies. Then he states he's glad he believed and followed the man who became his mentor. Distracted, he looks at his hands and says that with this power, he can defeat the combat professor with one hand. His energy becomes so intense that a purple mist begins to emanate throughout the room. Amid his madness, he claims he could do anything he wants in the world with this power. Then an empty vial falls to the ground, making noise, while he continues saying he just needs to believe and follow his master. Completely bored, the girl gets up, yawning and saying she feels sorry for him. The man isn't intimidated, even as the girl casually cleans herself in front of him, saying he almost respects her for surviving. McCain prepared for this. Laughing mockingly, he says the girl even brought a healing potion to the fight. Relaxed, she replies that it's not a healing potion, just a nutritional tonic she needs to drink every month. She says she forgot to drink it earlier, and since he was talking to himself anyway, thought it was a good time to take it. Ignoring what she says, the man begins summoning multiple runes on the ceiling, insisting it's still too soon for her to take it easy. Finishing his spell, he declares that she will not leave there alive, and wishes for her to go to heaven peacefully. With his eyes completely purple and confident in his victory, he activates a dark impact, a powerful magic. Black tentacles begin to fill the entire room, heading toward the protagonist to defeat her. However, the girl has already faced far more powerful enemies, and sees all of this with a smile on her face, as it feels like nothing more than a joke to her. Before the attack even gets close, it dissolves into the air, turning into dust. Surprised, the traitor wonders how this is possible, as his attack should have been unbeatable. Activating her magic, the girl laughs, saying that her rival just revealed his connection to the altar, giving her a good idea of who his accomplice is. From the room, a blue dust is emanating from the teacher's hand. With the magic activated, she fills herself with responsibility and says that her rival will be defeated. Irritated and sweating cold from fear, he asks how the girl managed to do this, seeing his magic being destroyed. He asked how she could do it so easily. Laughing a lot, she says that even a 5-year-old child could destroy such a weak spell. Then she charges forward, activating blue runes in her hand. Activating the spell boost magic. She applies it to the punishment spell. She then rushes at her rival with all her strength, delivering a powerful punch to his chest, energized by magic. The punch is so strong that it makes the man cough up blood, feeling immense damage. The blow is so forceful that it sends him flying like an inflatable puppet, completely aimless. He falls to the ground on his knees, as the impact landed directly on his stomach, leaving him powerless. While the girl seems to have not even suffered a scratch, so far mocking him. She says she held back, and tells her rival to get up and stop scheming. Using his last bit of strength still lying down, he begins to activate and emanate purple magic from his hand, refusing to give up. Then several runes appear on the girl's back, illuminating the entire room with a purple light. He activates his black needle's magic once again, refusing to surrender. Several sparks of energy burst from the runes, again with full power and speed, activating and enhancing his multiple summoning magic. Hundreds of needles shoot out from the runes toward his rival in a surprise attack, however, without even looking back or moving. Before they can get close, the attack has already destroyed and dissolved into the air. Getting up very weak, the man asks how many spells she has stored in her body, as she is destroying his like they are made of paper. Matt, giving up, he activates other purple runes, believing that this time they will be enough. Laughing confidently, he asks the girl what she thinks of this attempt, as the runes appear behind him, activating 2 more reinforcement magics. And dark impact, the runes help the teacher launch an even more powerful blast from his hands, creating a black trail toward his rival. The blast is extremely strong, dominating the entire room with a vortex surrounding the main laser. With completely insane eyes, the man screams for the girl to go to heaven already. As he uses all his magic, the strike forms a powerful trail. Purple fire where the protagonist was standing, causing a large explosion, staining the wreckage. She finally grieves and relaxes. Apparently, he has defeated his rival, and comments aloud that in the end, all she did was talk. Then she appears by surprise behind the man, mocking him, saying she could say this thing about him. She runs at full speed, emanating energy toward her enemy, surprising him, activating the spell boost magic to cause even greater damage. She then pushes the enemy's face with all of her speed and strength, activating the magic boost to defeat him. The girl's hand finally touches her enemy's face and begins to emanate purple energy, activating the powerful smash magic. Having reached high speed, she slams the teacher's head against the wall. Combined with his smash ability, impact causes tremendous damage, leaving him completely weakened. She says that traitors must be treated like this and need to suffer. A little very angry at the actions of her former friend, she yells at him, saying that he went against morals and ethical principles, slamming his head even harder against the wall. She says that he was boasting about his power. The result of the battle is a completely destroyed room, with paintings on the floor and fallen tables, leaving the man collapsed on the ground. After being defeated, she says that even a girl like her can crush his skull, wiping her hand on her clothes. She states that he isn't weak because he's human, just weak at the school. Some time passes, and we see people shouting for everyone to hurry. In the corridors, the butler and several soldiers run, trying to help the students and find the princess, appearing suddenly in front of the soldiers. The girl says that there is still some compassion left in the academy. The butler then apologizes, explaining that there is an unusual number of beastly demons on school grounds. But upon looking at Professor Selt, who is being held by the head, he wonders what exactly happened. The man's blood is black, clear evidence that he sold his soul to demons and betrayed everyone at the school. However, the girl states that it would have been impossible to notice the difference if he hadn't used his demonic energy in battle. At the moment, he confirmed the use of demonic energy. The girl was forced to defeat him. She adds that the traitor will soon wake up and regain consciousness. Do she ask them to interrogate him? As soon as he opens his eyes, the butler curious asks if he is still alive, and the girl replies that yes, is just unconscious, throwing the defeated man's body on the ground. She jokes saying he is perfectly fine and alive. The soldiers bow to her, thanking her for her collaboration and all her efforts in fighting the villain. As she leaves, the girl says she has an urgent matter to resolve and will have to go, but she wishes the soldiers good luck in handling the situation. Time passes and apparently, the protagonist heads to the forest, surrounding the school, tired from the long battle against the beasts. The blonde girl comments that this seems to be the last cursed creature, holding the carcass of a beast in his hands. Lark congratulates his friends, saying he believes everything is over, now seeing that his friend is very tired. He suggests that she leave first to get some rest, but the girl replies that she is worried about the professor's assistant, who is fighting alone against the wicked traitor. She fears for her friend's health, as the enemy is very powerful. The northern warrior and the princess start laughing, annoying Lestai, who asks what those stupid expressions are supposed to mean. Laughing a lot, the Harris says, there is no need to worry about the professor's assistant at all. The white-haired boy nods, agreeing with his friend. He adds that the assistant was the first to notice something was wrong and acted based on her instincts. Trusting her, he says that she is probably already chasing after the real culprit at this very moment. Tired, the protagonist comments that it was a lot of hard work and maybe it's better to leave while there's still a chance. At that exact moment, her mentor appears, asking what she just said, startling the girl, trying to change the subject. She says it was nothing, just that the dirt on her clothes won't come off, which really annoys her. Serious, as always, the mentor asks her not to use water, magic to clean the clothes, since they were a gift from the royal family. While the girl tries to clean them, he adds, asking how she got so dirty, but quickly drops the subject, not really caring. She keeps trying hard to clean her clothes and wonders if her students are safe, but soon dismisses the thought, putting even more strength into scrubbing. She tells herself that if she keeps teaching them, everything will work out in the end. However, pressing too hard, she realizes she tore the clothes in half. This makes the mentor very angry, as he had warned her to be careful. Inside the school, someone comments that they would never have imagined the teaching assistant could be such a dangerous traitor. One of the girls asks if they're really saying he framed the combat professor, and they believe so. Two adults converse, questioning how it's possible for there to be a traitor at the school. It's unacceptable and measures will need to be taken. Then the story shifts to the professor's office. Since all this started, the man has had no peace. Some students arrive, informing him that the 5th dormitory has finally been repaired. They add that the traitor woke up that morning, and an interrogation has been scheduled for the afternoon. Apparently the man in charge of the interrogation is Professor Hartle. This greatly reassures the old professor, who believes the case is in good hands. And then he asks about the classes. Promptly one of the boys answers that the combat and elemental magic classes have resumed. Of course they have resumed, but without the beasts, making the lessons much more theoretical and less dangerous. They'd also state that at that very moment, the teaching assistant, Ragnat, is conducting a class. They even asked if she wanted to suspend classes that day due to the exhausting incident. However, Rainier replied that it wasn't a big enough reason to cancel classes and continue teaching as normal. Inside the room, the girl materializes runes in the air, teaching her students how to attack. She says that the best method is direct practice. Finishing the explanation, she mentions 3 important spells for any battle. The students are satisfied with the lesson, as the teacher is finally specifying and simplifying concepts so that everyone can understand. Materializing a rune above them, Rania asks the student what spell that is. The boy, nervous, answers that it is an advanced attack spell with a single focus. The answer is correct, as it is a spell commonly used in magic circuits. She explains that most sorcerers memorize these spells and use them without knowing how or why they were created. Then she shows the students that this circuit is a daily matter, one that doesn't require much effort to perform, materializing runes around the divine scale. She states that memorizing spells is indeed efficient. However, understanding the meaning behind everything takes a mage to a much higher level. Finally, all the students pay close attention to the class and absorb the knowledge. As the teaching is now fluid and clear, quite tired, the girl comments that she feels like she's going crazy, as she is still not used to teaching. She coughs, regaining her concentration to avoid interrupting the flow of the class. She adds that they can use the previous day's incident as a good example of what they are learning. Rania mentions that the academy faced some problems recently, but thanks to the students, the situation was quickly resolved. While she explains, her students and friends pay full attention to every word. She emphasizes that understanding the magic circuit is essential to using it correctly. She adds that showing discernment and not getting too attached to daily routines is fundamental to solving complicated problems. Speaking quietly to herself, she tries to calm down, saying that she is worrying for no reason and that everything is fine. Excited, she finally tells the whole class that all they need to do is try. The three students react in different ways, but all listen carefully to her words. However, the girl with purple hair is happy with this statement. Blushing slightly, walking through the corridors, Ramya reflects that the last lesson wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Humming to herself, she comments that she wouldn't call this life relaxing. In fact, it's quite the opposite, as she's always involved in battles and strange events. Even so, she feels relieved that she hasn't been fired. But suddenly she notices suspicious people walking around the school grounds. The men carry swords with a peculiar symbol and hold red flags bearing the same emblem. Catching her attention, there seem to be dozens of them, and the girl recognizes the symbols stamped on their clothes and weapons. Observing them from a distance as they calmly walk away, Rania begins to ponder what is happening. Then she remembers that this emblem belongs to the royal hunting dogs, also simply known as the hunting dogs. A tangle of thoughts invades her mind as she tries to understand the situation inside the school. However, tired of solving problems, she decides to ignore it all, telling herself that it's not her problem, and heads toward the school cafe. The atmosphere changes drastically as the story shifts to the academy's underground prison, where the traitor is being held. Earl Harville, accompanied by a soldier, goes to meet the teacher to begin the interrogation. The man is imprisoned in a cell, awaiting the moment he will be interrogated, tied to a wooden chair behind the bars. The soldier orders him to wake up. The traitor is completely weak, his eyes white, too exhausted to speak. Out of control, he begins thrashing in the chair, screaming that the prophet will punish them for what they have done. With red and purple eyes, he keeps repeating the same phrase about the prophet, shouting in the midst of the shadows, completely hidden. Someone is manipulating the man, forcing him to repeat the words cleverly. The royal butler orders the guard to step back. As he suspects something, he's surprised to realize that Selt is much more mentally broken than he had expected. While watching the traitor, drooling and acting irrationally, he concludes that the man is under a powerful mental control alarm. The guard asks if the man is still alive, but Harville confirms he is, and orders him to be taken to the church. Walking through the corridors of the underground prison, the butler begins to reflect on who this prophet might be. Wielding his sword, he states that he has only two clues about the prophet's identity. His first guess is that the prophet is inside the academy. The second is that he is a powerful figure who makes demonic contracts. However, regardless of who he is, knowing the extent of his powers, Harville admits he cannot face him alone. Suddenly something unexpected happens, leaving the butler completely stunned, frightened. He sees men appearing ahead of him. They arrive much earlier than expected. Then he spots a masked man, surrounded by several soldiers dressed in red. The name of this intimidating man is Lord Cult, an apparently powerful figure within the kingdom. 7 years earlier at the Chaldea Palace, We see the princess desperately fleeing, along with Harville from Beasts. Crying, the girl asks her friend why Jarek would do this to them, running without stopping for even a second. The butler tells the princess not to look back as the wolves close in. Looking back, the man, completely distraught, says that Jarek is no longer the man they once knew, and that he has now become nothing but a filthy traitor. In fact, the man was once a warrior of the imperial court. Meanwhile, the two of them run in fear. Then, the bald man says that he only needs the girl and her. Alone, his words incredibly intimidating, with a completely changed appearance. He says that the prophet promised him an immortal army in exchange for the little girl standing in front of the princess. The butler tells her not to listen to those words and begs her to run as fast as she can. In tears, the girl runs with all her strength, trying to escape the battle. While running at high speed, she cries out for help, hoping anyone nearby might hear her. As she rushes through the palace corridors, a great explosion happens behind her, sending debris flying everywhere. With tears streaming down her face, she turns around to see what's happening, fearing she could die at any moment. Then, approaching slowly and confidently, someone comments that there was a lot of smoke and asks if the princess is all right. The savior is the protagonist, still young, saying he came to rescue her. We return to the present, where the girl dreams of Lord Raynal, who saved her in the past. She remembers the time when a man appeared out of nowhere and defeated the traitor. With a single blow, the enemy's body collapsed to the ground, and then the mysterious savior vanished. Just like that, now lying in bed hugging a pillow, she thinks about that memory from her life. Looking out the sunning window, she wonders where Lord Raynal is and what he might be doing at this very moment. We then see the protagonist at a cafe, coughing heavily and making a mess. She reflects, thinking she heard the princess's voice in her head. Suddenly panicking, deep in thought, she realizes she needs to tell the princess that she tore the gift she received while washing clothes the day before. However, she struggles with herself, not wanting to confess, but feeling she must, since it's the right thing to do. Time passes, and the sun is already setting over the school grounds. We see the warrior walking alongside the butler, who asks why not interrogate someone directly. Serious and inquisitive, Colt responds that there is something more urgent in this situation, he said, as he needs to figure out what is really going on. Looking over the school grounds, Colt notices there's still a considerable amount of demonic energy lingering in the area. The boy beside him is quite startled and asks if he's sure about that. Highly skilled Colt replies that the energy is faint and that it takes a lot of experience to detect it, but it's definitely there. We can see several students walking through the school's corridors and streets, heading to their respective places. Left alone for a moment, the butler reflects that he can't feel anything, but he trusts his lord's instincts. PLT is one of the kingdom's most skilled warriors, and before becoming a hound, he was nicknamed the Tracker. He could locate a target in mere seconds, and once fought alongside the team of heroes. On the battlefield, if his friend says there's demonic energy on site, then without a doubt the information is true. Sadly, the butler reflects that things might have been different if the soldiers had been near the palace. 7 years ago, as they walk, something catches the soldiers' attention, and he asks them to wait a moment. He quickly turns around, completely focused on his goal. They realize that the trail of demonic energy leads near the protagonist, which makes them curious. Colt draws his sword, preparing for a long battle. Then he starts running at full speed, gaining momentum for his attack. The girl wasn't paying attention until she suddenly hears the sound of the man's footsteps. He prepares for the strike and finally leaps, shouting that he found the filthy traitor, aiming to defeat them with a single blow. The warrior's attack is so powerful that it completely shatters the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Nearby students are extremely surprised, unable to understand what's happening. The soldier was so fast that no one could keep up, leaving the butler wondering where he went. Nervous, he considers whether Colt may have targeted the professor's assistant, Renya. Then we see that the protagonist was not completely defeated and is already preparing to counterattack. Fighting back, she wonders who that man is, as his attack scared her far too much. Frightened while fighting, she questions why he would attack her so suddenly. The two engage in a balance battle, both being extremely powerful. From a distance, Ravel cannot believe what he's seeing, thinking it's all impossible. The hunting dogs are specialists in direct combat, being the natural enemies of mages, as they were trained to face them. The two continue fighting, and it is explained that mages of any kind, generally, don't stand a chance against this type of royal soldier. However, the protagonist is far more skilled than she appears, managing to fight evenly without taking any damage. The experienced warrior realizes that the girl is clearly holding back. In the fight, he also notices that she's not using any real weapon, only powerful magic and spells. As the fight continues without pause, Colt wonders how she can be putting so much pressure on him. In the middle of the combat, the warrior's sword is thrown high into the air, spinning endlessly, his left completely disarmed, with no way to defend himself from the powerful blows. Clenching his fists, Colt says that this cannot be possible, as he knows it's just a hypothesis. Yet it's happening. Relaxed as always, the girl complains that her opponent is too distracted during the battle. Sweating coldly, Colt is frightened to realize that everything his opponent is doing is simple yet extremely efficient. Then, knowing he's going to lose, he surrenders, raising his hands and calming the situation. The girl laughs a lot and asks sweetly who he is. The man approaches and comments that he was wondering where his friend had gone already. Knowing who she is, joking a bit, he asks why she looks like that. This leaves the MC completely uncomfortable, as she did not expect to be recognized there. 5 years earlier in a deserted era in another world, the protagonist, before transforming into a woman, is running somewhere with a friend, wondering if this is the right path. While running at full speed, the man says he is sure of his hunch, then doubting his friend. The MC wonders if his intuition is a bit off, but stays silent, looking at the entire area. The desert is filled with skulls, causing the hero to say he's certain it's not here. Suddenly, a huge creature with several mouths bursts from the sand, causing a massive explosion of debris across the environment. Seeing that, the target they were hunting has finally appeared, the warrior Emox, saying that this was what he had been talking about all along. He begins to draw his sword, while reciting some phrases out loud. The man is actually the direct assistant of the apprentice, Raynal Colt, who would become a fine warrior in the future. As the battle begins, the protagonist activates some power runes throughout the area, trying to energize and defeat the monster. Lightning shoots from the protagonist's hand, as he says he has to finish this quickly, to get home earlier. As they run toward the creature preparing their attacks, they see that is a giant larva, with multiple heads and mouths, each with rotating teeth. The two continue battling, long enough for the day to start turning into night and the sun to set. Several pieces of the creature lie scattered on the ground, as the two comment that they wish to retire from the battlefield, resting after finishing the fight. Colt asks his friend what he will do after retiring, asking if he will inherit the Gray Tower. The protagonist promptly responds that he prefers not to inherit it, as the old men there are very annoying and irritating. Maybe in the future, he says he might become a teacher, causing his friend to mockingly joke that he feels sorry for the students of that school. This leads to a silly fight between the two, as Raniel gets offended and insults his friend. After receiving a punch to the head, the boy starts crying, begging for mercy and to be spared. Later, recalling the memory, the warrior has broth dripping from his eyes as he screams for his friend to run. An army of skeletons led by an undead is approaching, terrifying and causing fear in everyone around. In the midst of a very harsh battle, the MC has a fearful expression but doesn't back down, continuing to fight while his friend runs, destroying skeleton after skeleton. The protagonist wonders why. One of the 4 holy kings is here. The villain is known as the Sword of Death, but his personal name is Garnacle. He is an extremely powerful and unmatched target. Some time passes, and we see the warrior being healed by a girl, while Ragnhild asks his friend if he's really sure he's going to retire. The doctor promptly explains that the boy needs to retire because his body is filled with demonic energy. Sitting after being healed, the boy apologizes for being so inadequate and says he cannot fight with his body in this condition. However, congratulating his friend, he says that to make up for it, he managed to hold a very demonic sword and still survive, something that had never happened before. He then pulls out a letter of recommendation for the commander warrior of the royal army from his clothes, leaving the boy completely speechless and sweating cold as he reads the letter, realizing it is a huge life opportunity. Placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, he congratulates him again, saying he did well in the fight and will do even better in the future. The boy listens to all this and thanks him, saying he feels eternal gratitude toward his friend, and he starts crying a lot, remembering the memories and realizing that everything will change from now on. When the nurse tells him not to make his father cry, the two boys start arguing for a while. Then in the present, the two are talking, and Kultz says he remembers wanting to become a teacher. But looking at the new appearance of the Ash Mage, he gets confused and says he didn't expect it. He completes the sentence by saying he didn't expect the girl to become a teaching assistant. Returning to the topic they were discussing moments before, he pulls out the small altar from Bozo and says that the demonic energy the boy was sensing was coming from it, showing the remains of what used to be the item. He says he found it in the underground sewers. He then adds that the culprit behind the Academy invasion knows about this altar, also saying that it's not even worth mentioning the similarities between the previous cases. In this one he explains that in those cases, the cursed ones were talking about the prophet, or something like that, although he thought he had cleaned up the last trace of demonic energy. He congratulates the boy for having a much sharper sense than hers, and for noticing the curse. Jokingly, the boy asks if that can be considered a compliment, because the girl speaks in such strange ways. Then he politely asks for the altar from his friend, saying he wants to start investigating it himself. The boy then starts staring intently at the woman's face, making the protagonist very uncomfortable and making her ask why he's staring, wondering if there's something dirty on her face. The boy promptly asks how her work is going, saying she looks more lively than he thought she would. For spamming, the girl says it's a pain in the neck because it's such a boring and tedious job. She explains that the old men from the academy always barge into her room whenever they want, offering her a spot in the gray tower and wanting to train her. They are so annoying that they follow the heroine through the school's corridors and wherever she goes, making different offers. Recall in past memories where the MC was irritated with the academy's old men. The boy says they've always been like that. Returning to the subject, he says the commotion spread to the black and white towers and other places as well, but at least in this school, the girl says she found students worth teaching as they are good and dedicated, happy and smiling. The warrior says he's glad for his friend's life and how far she has come. However, this greatly irritates the girl, who asks if he is even listening, because there is nothing happy or cheerful in her story. Getting up to end the conversation, he says that actually, he is happy she managed to settle down somewhere. Starting to leave, he says he never thought you would ever say something like that, because when he heard that his friend had been expelled from the hero team, he was really worried about her health, leaving the girl speechless, trying to formulate a sentence, but still unable to. Laughing, Colt says she's not the type of person to accept being expelled, just like that, and explains what she did afterward. Then the girl replies that she never thought she would worry about the warrior, but if you live long enough, anything can happen. She then adds that as the boy's former mentor, she wants to give one last piece of advice. Then suddenly, she places her hand on his chest, emitting blue magic, and activates her punishment spell, catching him by surprise. She activates the spell on the man's chest, throwing him far away and causing moderate damage. Laughing a lot, after getting her revenge, she gives the tip that he should improve his habit of attacking people. Out of nowhere, after being launched with full force, he lands in front of some bushes, saying that the girl hasn't changed a bit over the years. The conversation between the two lasted so long. That night, and already fallen at the school, walking through the corridors, Leslie thinks that it's already very late, and he's breaking curfew. Then, out of nowhere, someone speaks behind the girl, saying, "It has been a long time since they last saw each other," startling her and leaving her speechless. The person appears suddenly with brown hair and looking much older. As he approaches the girl, the man gets very close, making the girl realize exactly who he is, and his name is Elder Jillian. Arcadia is the name of a great nation that existed hundreds of years ago. From one day to the next, this majestic country was reduced to ashes by 4 individuals, the first being the Black Dragon Bilio. The second responsible was Greedos the Renegade. The third was the skull-faced villain the protagonist had previously faced, the Sword of Death. Last but not least, there was the ancient lich named Skeel, an incredibly powerful skeleton. However, those chosen by the stars never gave up on their mission and built a city atop the destroyed kingdom. They gathered their forces as much as they. Heroes instinctively sorcerers, alchemists, and mages. The mages created separate towers to fulfill their goals, and the king assigned colors to each tower. The Black Tower became known for incarnation and enchantment, magics holding many powerful runes. Meanwhile, the White Tower became known for elemental magic and the manipulation of elements like fire, air, earth, and water. Each tower pursued its own research within its division for the personal goal of reaching the peak of magic. However, the Gray Tower is different, as it doesn't care about each individual's academic past, and its sole purpose is to revive Arcadia's lost magic, returning to the present. The brown-haired man says he is disgusted to see the girl so withered and weak, leaving her shocked and speechless, apologizing for her behavior, as if she were in the wrong, shouting loudly. The man asks if she has forgotten that she is supposed to be the next master of the Gray Tower, showing his frustration, leaving the girl extremely embarrassed and frightened, hugging her books tightly as he yells. He says he will repeat himself again, and demands she fix her posture and walk with pride, shy and very afraid. The girl apologizes from the bottom of her heart for not living up to her master's expectations. Irritated, he scratches his temple and says that's enough. But then, the man reveals why he came here in the first place, asking the girl to tell him everything she knows about Rania Ventress. Frozen and without a reaction, the girl slowly forms her sentences, saying that Rania is an apprentice and the adopted daughter of Elder Rosal. She adds while her mentor listens that the girl is teaching all the basic fundamentals of mana, being as impatient as always. The man interrupts her and asks if that's really what she thought he wanted to hear, pulling something from his clothes. He humiliates her by saying he never even had a spark of expectation for her, but seeing her made a fool concerns him about the girl's future. He then pulls a black object from his pocket, surprising the girl. When she asks about the Gray Tower, the man replies that she is correct about her assumption. He adds that anyone with intelligence would understand the value of a letter of recommendation made by him. Some time passes, and we return to the cafe, where the protagonist is resting. Some students are gathered, chatting about various topics. 2 others are talking about studying for the exam, and one responds, confused that he didn't even know there would be one. Sitting in the corner of, the protagonist gets irritated, feeling that this cafe is getting more and more crowded. She recalls the conversation she had earlier with her friend, reflecting on the words said at the time. While she gets lost in her world, reflecting on what her friend said, we can see students talking in the background, observing the waitress in front of her. She thinks she needs to find a new, quiet place for herself, as this place is too noisy. Then something happens inside the cafe, and several students start leaving. making the girl wonder why everyone is leaving. So suddenly something then catches the MC's attention, making her wonder what exactly it is. Very confused, realizing she is now alone inside the place, she becomes very irritated, wondering exactly what is going on. Then someone suddenly appears sitting at her table, saying he wanted them to have a private conversation. The man is the mage who was earlier talking to Decay, and he sits down, saying it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist, with a very sweet smile. He introduces himself to the girl, trying to start a conversation. Annoyed by this, she realizes what's happening, saying that she was sitting here, thinking about what was going on, and it was this all along. Reflecting that the elders must be eager to send. Jillian, the mage dispatched, is the second most authoritative person in the tower. Continuing to speak, the man says he understands the girl is busy, so he'll get straight to the point. He then begins to pull a letter from his pocket, placing the black letter on the table. He says he came here to deliver it. It seems to be something important, leaving the girl a little surprised. He adds that as a mage, she should understand the real importance and meaning of this envelope. On the table, very confused, the girl, who didn't understand why the letter was given to her, says she heard that the Grey Tower balances its internal power among 6 elders. Realizing the girl's cleverness, the man praises her, saying she did her homework, but he asks Cubby and cares about the final balance. He says this is a personal letter of recommendation from himself, one of the 6 most important elders. The clock ticks and time passes as the girl sits, thinking and reflecting about the matter. And the letter, outside the singing of birds can be heard, while the cafe remains empty. As the girl gazes around the cafe in contemplation, the man adds that any mage would defeat enemies just to have this recommendation. In a moment, the girl accepts the letter of recommendation. She will become the true heir to the Grey Tower. Irritated, the elder is becoming more frustrated as he realizes the girl isn't paying much attention to his speech, noticing that she's just sipping her coffee and ignoring everything. He gets even angrier, especially because she hasn't even looked at the letter. She shows no expression, making it impossible for the man to read her thoughts. On edge and irritated, he says that he's not exactly impressed by how much time she's making him wait for a decision. Then, with an authoritative look, she stares at the elder and says she's sure he knows what to do, and then falls silent, pouring the rest of her coffee onto the envelope. She shows she has absolutely no interest in the offer, leaving the brown-haired man completely shocked by the girl's sudden attitude. Without words, having spilt coffee on the important letter of recommendation, he asks out loud what she thinks she's doing, unable to understand. Showing her claws, she stands up very angry, shouting at the protagonist, asking who she thinks she is. Mockingly, she says, "Here is the answer they wanted so badly," letting go of the cup. Then we see a poetic image of the coffee cups over the envelope, symbolizing the ill intent of the elders. Finally, she laughs heartily with a smile on her face, which now clearly shows what her answer is. Seeing all this leaves the man extremely irritated, nerves on edge, about to act impulsively out of frustration. Then he acts, pointing to the mess the girl made, and asking once more if that is really her final answer. Laughing and being as mocking as ever, the girl asks, what would happen if it really were her final answer? Irritated, the man says he heard she had talent, but didn't know she lacked respect in her attitude, adding that he has served the Grey Tower longer than any other elder, and says, you will show her a taste of what he is capable of. Activating a magic called Mana Realm, a blue screen. Energy starts emanating throughout the cafe, being only a glimpse of his full potential. You see the entire cafe shaking and trembling, cups breaking. Power is strong enough to shake even the chandeliers, making this situation worsen quickly. Emanating runes from his hand, he looks at the girl with an authoritative face, asking what she thinks of all this. Trying to convince and force the girl to accept, he says he will give her another chance, and asks her to accept the letter. Growing increasingly irritated, the girl calls her rival stubborn, and says she has already rejected the invitation. Then, without hesitation, she gets up, walking toward the man, without showing the slightest fear of the activated magic. She snaps her fingers, triggering a powerful counterattack, strong enough to clash directly with the magic. The counter magic is powerful enough to deactivate all the runes that were emanating throughout the room. She then continues speaking, saying that the elder recruits people to make the gray tower bigger in order to outshine the other towers unfairly. She adds that if that's what the man wants, then he has indeed succeeded. Then, activating her own mana, real magic with her own powers, the girl begins to emit powerful blue runes, leaving her rival completely speechless, wondering how she managed to copy his spell so easily. Then, mockingly, the girl finishes her rival's sentence by talking about herself, saying that she truly has the talent suited for the position she holds. Annoying, she says that she is very powerful, and that is why an elder from the Gray Tower cannot let such extraordinary ability slip through his fingers. Then, seeing her opponent lying on the ground, she asks if he cannot see, and he is so blinded by authority that he can no longer perceive reality, humiliating him a little. She says that this is not something very admirable for an elder. She walks away, leaving her opponent fallen on the ground, and the cafe completely destroyed with broken glass after the use of magic. Then we return to the room of the girl with purple hair, and she's apparently studying, very focused, saying that she must experience things herself, worried about her lady. The little fairy tries to get her attention. She says that her friend will destroy her body if she continues studying at this pace, without stopping, trying to pull the girl by the collar of her shirt, but without strength. She says that the girl needs to sleep a little to restore her mind, focused on her goals. She insists that she must put in more effort and accomplish what she needs to achieve. We can see that the girl is so absorbed in her objectives that liquid is dripping from her fingers, spreading over the book she's writing in. In her mind, various intrusive thoughts constantly pass by, voices of people proclaiming her, but also saying that they cannot trust her. The negative energy the girl holds within herself is so strong that it is almost visible from afar, tangible in the room. The energy begins to consume the girl, climbing up her legs, corrupting her. Time passes, and it is a new day at APLI Academy. Gathered in front of the news board, many students realize that they have finally announced the new exam. Looking at the board full of runes and various notices, some student wonders if this is really the exam they were talking about. Approaching the exam announcement board, the protagonist says that now she will pose a question that her students can actually solve. In the background, among other students, we see the disciples discussing what the teacher is doing now. With several papers from the announcements in her hands, the girl mentally insults her friends in a humorous way. Then she notices that the purple-haired girl is dragging herself around, looking rather odd and unwell. She approaches the girl and asks if she has been feeling sick lately, adding a more accurate analysis. She says that the girl looks bad, very pale. Then we see the point of view of the purple-haired girl, full of intrusive thoughts, as if everyone were staring at and judging her. All these memories and intrusive thoughts start to disturb the girl even more, and she closes her eyes, trying to forget, but fails, extremely disturbed. She starts running very fast, while the protagonist shouts, "Try and call her back." Suddenly the warrior appears, startling the MC, while he wonders if this is actually the exam her friend was announcing for the students. Seeing the boy, she sarcastically remarks that he finally returned and took his sweet time. She adds to her sentence, asking if he finally managed to discover anything more about the altar. She jokes, asking if he thinks he can be confident just because he changed his appearance, and he retorts, laughing, he doesn't think so. Something catches the boy's attention, and he stops the conversation midway, staring at something. He says that what the girl just mentioned will make this conversation move forward much faster, as he has something in mind. Looking at all the papers, he starts trying to organize them, while complaining that it's very irritating, trying to hold them in his hands. He says he has already done everything he could to prepare them, but something happened. He states that what is most worrying is the altar, which remains a big unresolved problem, because even if he manages to remove the demonic energy and break the altar and still open a portal somehow, the worst part is that nothing can be done until the gate opens, and the disaster will not end until every demon is defeated. Changing the subject, the boy interrupts himself and says that people are looking for excuses to complain around the MC. This makes the girl very irritated, and she kicks the soldier while asking if he's blaming her. Time passes around the academy, and finally night falls. We also see that the royal city called Shadilia has some adventurers around. Among the adventurers, two people stand out, as they seem to be part of the heroes' team. It is then revealed that the three hidden figures were indeed the team, and their leader is asking if it's true that all of this is related to the altar. One of the soldiers promptly says that apparently a portal was opened inside the capital. Continuing the conversation, questioning further, the boy asks if anyone has responded, and the soldier says that so far only their team has. Then he asks the real question. He wanted to the Mage will participate in this. Walking through the empty corridors of the capital, the warrior says he doesn't think the mage is in the capital, drawing his sword from its sheath. Kyle says that something about this doesn't seem right, surprising the team's companion, who wonders what exactly they mean by that statement. Golden beams of light begin to pass around the team leader as he places his hand near his sword. The man seems to be losing his mind, saying that the stars are giving him magical precognition. He adds that the stars are constantly connecting. We then see that he is being guided toward the encounter with the protagonist, apparently hunting him down. Inside the principal's office, some assistants comment that the team of heroes was dismissed yesterday. Answering a question about the assistant teachers, one of the boys says that they are reinforcing the city's barrier. The principal then states that they must make sure everyone is doing their job. One of the assistants responds that everything will be finished by noon, trying to be helpful and recognize. The other assistants ask if there's anything else they can assist with, but with all tasks assigned. The principal answers that for now, that's it. According to the hounds, there is no other way to prevent the altar from opening. He adds that it's hard to believe something like this was wandering around inside the academy, even if they can't stop the altar from opening. They must do their best to minimize the damage. He turns to the assistants and affirms that this is their role as instructors and as the head of the academy. It is his duty to protect all the students at any cost. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the students are trying to complete the exam and are clearly disturbed by how difficult the questions are. One of the students, tense and frustrated, complains that this test is insanely difficult. We can hear whispered conversations among them, saying they should have guessed it would be like this, since the teacher always prepares complicated lessons. The emo student asks his friend how he's doing on the test. The other responds, nervously sweating bullets. We see that both of their papers are completely blank, and they have no idea how to proceed. Looking at the bizarre parts of the test, one of them comments that he can't even tell black from white anymore. Then something catches the Nordvan warrior's attention, and he turns all his focus to a scene. He sees his purple-haired friend working on the exam and asks if she managed to answer the question correctly, but then he notices something different about her. His friend asks him to stop staring, saying she's probably just exhausted. The White Tower disciple watches and says he has a very bad feeling as the girl walks away, trying to dismiss these worries. The assassin tells his friend to just finish the test already and stop complaining. This irritates the boy, who starts an argument, saying they shouldn't underestimate his instincts. Purple energy begins to spread throughout the place where the girl walks, dense and unsettling. This negative energy lingers in the air, even remaining near other students. We see that the girl is extremely focused on her objectives, while the small fairy accompanying her begs for something without getting a response. Night starts to fall over the academy. The atmosphere grows tense. Inside a room, people complain that nothing is progressing. Tired man comments that he's done for today and will stop. Another counters asking, what's the point of presenting this problem to the students if even they can't solve it with help? The frustrated students end up giving up on the exam, which was ridiculously difficult, and begin leaving the room. Meanwhile, a librarian is sorting books, grumbling that all of this is too much work. But something catches his attention. He turns around to check what's happening on the roof. The two friends are making all the noise. The librarian heard sad. The girl complains that she spent so much time preparing the exam for the students only for no one to be able to finish it. She continues complaining, saying that creating a test like this is difficult because it requires understanding instructional rules. But then she tires of the topic and states that now none of that matters anymore. Sadly, she says that all they can do is wait for the Altair to appear, and the only thing they can do is prepare for the worst. Then the warrior calls his friend's attention, wanted to say something important, making her wonder what he is talking about and why he is putting so much emphasis on it. Finally, he says that to help the Magic Academy, the school director is called the hero team. The girl says she thought it would be something more important and wonders if he really thought she would be angry about it. Answering her question, the boy says that honestly, he thought she would be very irritated. Laughing, she says she can separate her personal life from her work and wouldn't be affected by something so silly. She then adds that it's better to have those useless ones around, since they can at least clean up the mess. Completely speechless, the warrior wonders if they're really going to make the hero team the school's cleanup crew. Cracking her body, the girl says that now she has more knowledge about the medium. Surprised to hear this, the boy asks if she finally managed to identify where the trail is coming from. The girl says that she has a slight hunch so far. Wherever it may be, that's it. However, she adds that it will become dangerous if overly stimulated, and they must be very careful dealing with it. She explains that if they act incorrectly, they could end up ruining everything and accidentally create new 4 holy kings. Afraid and sweating cold, the boy asks if failure is really so dangerous that all of this could actually happen. The MC then says that in terms of talent, the opponent who controls the altar is much more talented and powerful. We then see the pink-haired girl, focused on her objectives, while stardust flows near her body. The MC adds that the old men of the Gray Tower are too blind to truly see the girl's qualities. The scene then shifts to a private room. We see Leslie entering the room with her books in hand, while a mischievous boy says, "There's something on the table." Approaching the letter, the little fairy is surprised by what is written. Curious, the girl grabs the envelope, wondering who left it here in the first place. Inside the letter is the exam from earlier, with its runes confusing the girl. As soon as she glances at the runes, the girl immediately recognizes what kind of circuits. They're without much difficulty. Stasis flows throughout the place, while we see that the circuit is designed to protect someone, a whole new level of defense, a counterattack. Impressed by the quality of the paper circuits, she says this is a perfect rune, and that not a single part is wasted. Then she asks out loud if she will have to keep carrying this around wherever she goes. Underneath the table, negative energy begins to manifest once more, making a slight noise. Finally, the villain appears, his purple eyes emanating magic, looking extremely malevolent. This terrifies the little fairy, who notices him immediately. Without mercy, he grabs the fairy with his skeletal hands and lunges forward. With the fairy in his grasp, he takes her back to where she belongs, greatly frightening the purple-haired girl. Some time passes, and we see that the heiress of the Great Tower is completely entangled in webs. Pale and weak, the girl is losing her strength, unable to stand, and is almost crossing over to the afterlife, departing for another plane. But phrases in her mind keep her awake, questioning what she is doing, and urging her to go somewhere else. Then she recalls happy memories where her fairy praised her while playing. The friends, very joyful, Her friends were also happy, laughing, and very excited about the magic they had discovered. Then an elder places his hand on the little girl's head, congratulating her and calling her clever. We see that it was an old man who approached the girl, asking what the fairy's name is. Very happy and excited. The little mage says that according to the books, the fox's name is Spirit of the Wind, however more experienced in the matter. The elder says that the fox would feel lonely if called that, and that it would be better to call her Sylvie. Then kneeling down, the man asks the girl if she wants to study magic and become his apprentice. He praises her greatly, saying she has talent, making the girl and her fairy very happy. Taking the prodigy's hand, he says she has enough talent to guide an entire era. All these good memories begin to pass through the girl's mind, keeping her awake and helping her escape the corruption of the negative energy. While they were waiting, the two finally noticed that the energy must now be surrounding the school, complaining. The boy says that his friend was very impatient because she knows who the medium is, but can't figure everything out. But retorting, the teacher says that her target is too cowardly to show himself. She then explains that once she became a medium too, she was able to feel all these different magics, not fully understanding the sentence. He agrees, trapped in his thoughts. Then he finally realizes the gravity of what his friend just said, wondering what she meant. When asked when this happened, the girl answers that was shortly after. She was left alone and saw the calamity with her own eyes. She explains that at that moment, he and Kyle were going through a rough patch in their friendship because he was talking about giving up being a hero, and it was horrible to hear. He kept getting disturbed by voices in his head, seeming to grow more insane. And then shortly after that, the evil skeleton managed to capture the hero with all his claws. The monster's influence was so strong that wiped the protagonist's mind and trapped him in a dream. Curious, the boy asks if his friend has ever been to another world before, and she replies that you could say something like that because it's the kind of thing you need to experience yourself to fully understand how it feels. Or Schipple can pinpoint exactly where the altar will open and take the medium's consciousness to another world. And while all that is happening, he possesses the body of the intermediary, releasing various demons at the site of the explosion. Thus, by controlling the medium, he infiltrates, but his purple eyes are still visible. They then want to know more about this story. The warrior asks what could be seen inside the other world. But then upon hearing his friend's question, the girl falls completely silent, remembering what she went through inside that world, telling him to guess. She recalls memories of a green field. The dream where the boy was trapped for a long time was a happy memory, where he was running near a village in his childhood. The dream he was imprisoned and had everything he had ever wished for. Perfect world to live in. The boy was with his family, happy and smiling. But then she explains that in the end, although it was wonderful, his true wish could not be granted inside a dream. And that was the end of the story, which makes the boy even more curious to know what kind of wish could not be fulfilled, even inside a dream. But then the girl retorts, telling him to wipe that ugly look off his face. Then approaching the edge of the balcony, she says that, of course, there are 1 or 2 wishes still to be achieved, but what he wants to achieve cannot be found in memories, and that's why he broke free. And the hope is that maybe the purple-haired girl also has the same kind of unreachable dream. Then we return to the intrusive thoughts of the girl, which continue at full speed, cursing and belittling her without stopping. Entangled in the villain's webs, various negative spirits appear, insulting her. Heavily crying, the girl wonders what's happening, feeling very scared and miserable. Then screaming, very angry. She says she doesn't want to see this anymore, breaking the webs around her. Furious, she screams again that she doesn't want to see any more of those annoying memories, while glass shatters around her. Then we see an old bearded man talking with Leslie. He is bedridden and very frail, saying that he understands why the girl is so scared, holding her hands. He says that there are moments when humans must act selfishly and for themselves, saying that The price the girl had to pay to discover her talent was far too heavy for such a young child. However, now everything is different, and she is already grown and more aware. And we see that in the forests around the academy, a very strange movement begins. Inside the academy itself, loud crashes and noises start, perhaps indicating that the portal is opening. Finally, the two who have been waiting for the streamers realize that it is starting and that the portal is opening. Amidst the students, the boy asks if the medium is one of the students. Would it be possible for them to survive? Put him on his glove, preparing for the battle ahead. He says that without a doubt his students will endure. He then adds that the girl survived 3 years inside the Gray Tower. So her mind is very strong, because mages are arrogant beings by nature and are mentally unstable in one way or another. Even the elder had said that sorcerers do not waste time thinking about the past. Crying heavily, the purple-haired girl tries to free herself from the curse and the prison while reciting the elder's words. And she finally realizes she has lost her fairy, Sylvie letting out a loud cry of sorrow as she bursts into tears. Suddenly a portal appears behind the webs, and something begins to emerge from it. Passing through the webs, the girl screams for her master once more, indicating that she managed to break free from the villain's binds. Still in her friend's embrace, the girl feels a ray of hope that she might escape the negative energy of her intrusive thoughts. However, in a very frightening scene, we see the skeleton stepping out from the shadows, spreading his influence throughout the room. He appears before the girl, insulting her as insolent, and says, "You will send her where she belongs." Irritated, the skeleton approaches the girl, wondering how she managed to wake up from his dream, coming out from under the villain's influence. The girl begins to realize who has been cursing her all this time. Then, the ancient lich says that if she had remained still, he would have offered an easier path. But the girl knows she would never accept any kind of deal from a villain like him, and she becomes angry. Clenching her fists, she begins to focus on the battle ahead, even knowing she might be defeated. She activates her summoning magic, creating various animals to assist her in this difficult fight. Activating also the multiple summoning ability. She summons many lions and unicorns at once, even though all the magic in the place is being completely dominated by the elder. The girl is determined to try and summon her servants with her green magic, casting her central attack magic. All her summoned creatures charge fiercely and recklessly toward the skeleton, releasing the summons that nearly cover her opponent. With a single blow, the creature destroys all the summoned animals, while asking if the girl wasn't satisfied with the dream she was having. This completely astonishes her, seeing how easily her enemy wiped out her summons. Then he extends his giant claws toward the girl, telling her to sleep a little longer, until the end of everything. But the student is not ready to give up yet, saying that if things continue like this, she will lose consciousness once again. She needs to find a way to stay alive and awake longer, invoking a very perfect blue rune. However, it becomes clear that she wasn't the one who summoned the runes, as she looks on surprised, wondering what she is seeing. Then cleverly, her friend realizes that what was activated was Professor Rania's defense circuit, and now the stardust around her is colorful, flowing through the girl's body and assisting in the fight. Crying with happiness, she touches the runes, saying out loud that her friend had been watching the entire time, taking care of everything. Extremely irritated, the enemy roars in rage, insulting the Ash Mage. It starts to move to fulfill his objectives, asking the stars to complete the curse, extending his skeletal hand. He says he is furious with this external interference. Then we see that the rune is protecting the girl from the presence of the Holy King, while something tells her that this is not external interference, but simply normal intervention. However, the skeleton begins to laugh, realizing that indeed it is the Ashen One once again. Nevertheless, all of this deeply unsettles the purple-haired girl, who is severely affected by the enemy's presence. Then strange sounds arise, as a purple cloud, with black details, starts spreading throughout the room. Irritated, the villain screams, wondering when the girl will stop bothering him. His scream is so loud that it shatters the glass in the room, activating its protective mechanism. The magical room begins to act and activates by itself. It appears on the protagonist's glove, just as she had planned from the start. Smiling, the girl looks at her magic glove, knowing that everything is going according to plan. Removing the glove to reveal the rune in her hand, she tells her friend to track exactly where the presence is coming from. Upon receiving the request, the boy sniffs the air and begins to identify the location. Having trained his entire life for moments like this, the boy's eyes start to shine. For now he knows exactly where the villain is. Lightning begins to strike the forest, making a lot of noise, but sounding like magical thunder. This magic is used by a hunting dog, who can precisely locate where the evil presence is, with liquid dripping from his nose. The warrior says he has pinpointed the exact location. As lightning strikes a specific area of the forest, he asks his friend if she can see the signal. Thanking him, his friend says he did well and now asks for his help to exorcise the demon. That's disturbing everyone heading toward the location. She says they can grab some drinks after the job is done and have a chat for a change. But Mangana is focused on her goal of defeating the cause of evil energy and says that the scared cat is trying to hide. The villain's magic is becoming so expressive that it can be seen throughout the forest, emanating powerful purple tentacles. She then activates a floating spell and says she won't give it another chance. To escape, she jumps from the balcony heading toward the location, jumping from tree to tree. The girl quickly approaches her target, telling it not to bother hiding. With a smile on her face, the girl knows she will finally have her revenge against her arch enemy. She activates her most powerful magic punish. Inside Apply Academy, various things are happening with the students and teachers. Inside one of the rooms, we see a magical nurse helping an injured student, while others watch from afar. Frightened, the instructors burst into the principal's office, shouting to get his attention. They warn him, very scared, that Shapiro's barrier has covered the entire academy, but won't last much longer. We then see that the windows are beginning to shatter, unable to withstand the magical pressure in the area. Magical tentacles resembling lightning start entering a school, attacking the students without mercy. Worried, the principal and his friends wonder how the barrier fell so easily. We see that the creature's influence is spreading across the region, just as it had planned, leaving no chance for the heroes. We then see the decapole of the Great Tower, walking through the forest, very weak and completely drained. She realizes that the barrier has now been broken. Reflecting, she says she doesn't know why, but she must escape from this area. Sweating cold, we then see that the MC is following and assisting her, while she reflects that if she gets caught again, she will never be able to escape. Falling into her friend's arms, she wonders who is holding her this way, then bringing her hand to the girl's head. It appears the protagonist is casting a healing spell on her student's mind. She thanks her, saying it was a good job, and then activates her magic. The magic triggered by the girl is a teleportation spell, allowing her to quickly move to safety. We then see once again the villain asking when his enemy will face him alone, again facing the mage. His magic begins to surround her as he insults her, calling her unpleasant, irritated. He starts repeating it again and again, emanating magic from his eyes. But none of this seems to intimidate the teacher, who appears quite used to his scare tactics. Completely enraged, he says that every time the same person ruins his plans and rituals, if she weren't here, none of this would have happened, because the Star Child would have become the saint of the altar that serves the shadows of the stars. If the battlefield barrier hadn't been broken, the royal capital wouldn't have been triggered and would have fallen into the skeleton's wicked hands. Cursing the protagonist once more, he says he's just a rebel who hasn't even lived for 100 years. Angrily, he wonders how he manages to break the holy barrier every single time. With a smile on her face, she mocks her enemy, saying his inferiority complex is still the same, making him a pain to deal with. Then confident she will win the battle once again, she says that her opponent could have tried harder and made a better plan. With the portal open, numerous demons begin to pour out, preparing to attack everyone in sight. The people around the school start noticing the presence of the enemies and get ready for battle. Someone then notices that the summoning of lower-level monsters has begun. The soldier turns to the healer of the hero team and asks her to protect the students in the infirmary. The archer's role is to protect the support warriors and deal with the Black Death, and the leader's role will be different. He draws his sword from his back, preparing for a complicated fight. He then charges toward the demons, defeating them one by one with his sacred, powerful sword. The man is so fast that he covers much ground on the battlefield within seconds, managing to decimate his enemies effortlessly. He then turns to the people who are following him and tells them to head toward the center of the altar to continue the plan. We return to the scene in the fourth. Holy King cursing the gray mage as repugnant, wondering how she is still alive, since the star shadows cursed her long ago, stripping away half of her life. With only one hypothesis in mind, he becomes frightened, for there is only one reason. She could still be standing, despite the curse that the god of the skeleton cast upon the girl. She remains firm and strong. Screaming once again in great irritation, he asks how she managed the feat of surviving so long with a disease. In her heart, it recalls a time when this happened to someone else, and her skin began to disintegrate, revealing everything underneath. Then a noise in the forest catches both their attention, and they fall silent for a moment. The girl begins to laugh heartily, not intimidated in the slightest by her opponent, with a smile on her face. She tries to draw attention back to the battle, clearly unafraid. She asks if everything happening is part of the villain's plan, as she begins activating magical runes in her hands. The first rune she activates is Excel, emanating very powerful and fast blue runes. A second is Muscular and Strength Enhancement, making the protagonist even stronger and more powerful. All this energy begins to radiate from her body, lighting up the entire battlefield with a beautiful and brilliant glow. Then extending her hand, she mockingly calls the enemy Bonehead. All of her magic begins to blaze like magnificent blue flames around her, making her increasingly powerful, capable of facing any enemy. Casually she mentions that she recently discovered that she was the creator of the battle mages, who are so widespread nowadays. She then explains that the method was created solely with the purpose of capturing him more easily. Jumping and gaining the advantage of the field, the girl appears in the sky, emanating magic, preparing her next attack, capable of dealing with the danger. Once again, she activates her magic cashmere, charging her fists and preparing a powerful strike as she approaches. However, Skypeel was not born yesterday and knows exactly what to do, preparing his purple protection magic, forming a shield at the point of impact. The shield is capable of holding all the damage from the enemy's magic, while reverberating across the battlefield. This is yet another plan of one of the four holy kings, the ancient lich who refuses to give up the fight and to defeat, a being that defies all common sense of humanity. The MSI herself had to break her own sense of limits for the plan to work. She had to shorten the summoning time and store several magic circuits within her body, saving stored circuits inside herself, allowing her to energize and release them quickly, landing a massive blow against the barrier. Once again, she says, they must prioritize attacks and avoid being trapped. All the time, the continuous strikes she delivers are starting to crack the barrier. Her plan is to advance as much as possible and engage in direct combat quickly, stabilizing the enemy and leading to his defeat. Joining her hands together, she prepares to deliver the final, most powerful blow, using all the magic she can muster. Energized by the runes, the strike is strong, enough to shatter the entire barrier, breaking it into small fragments of magic. The boy says that if he were a swordsman or an ancient dragon, he wouldn't care what. He adds that he lost to another mage like her, landing another devastating punch to the skeleton's skull. She declares that such things won't work against a mage like her. Her enemy then activates the magic of Ash Impact. Meanwhile, his rival grabs the skeleton with all her strength, using magical hands. A massive explosion occurs on the battlefield, scattering debris, rocks and ashes everywhere. She climbs onto the fallen body of the enemy, who lies on the ground severely damaged. She begins talking about what he uses to hold his neck. Together, fear is visible in the Lich's eyes as he is about to be defeated and sent wherever his kind go. Maddie here to finish the battle quickly. She starts a conversation, asking if the thing holding his neck together is a life vest. Joking, she says she's going to cut another one today and pulls. What keeps the creature alive? A scream echoes throughout the forest, causing the animals to stir and awaken. The crows also awaken, making a huge noise in sync with the enemy's scream. Running the leader of the hero team, along with the warriors, is heading somewhere. A soldier comments that based on Lord Daniel's fighting style, it seems that the battle mage class has emerged. These are the mages who fight on the front lines, side by side with warriors and lancers. He adds that if a battle mage hero were to emerge, perhaps they could fill the shoes of the Ash Mage. Kyo retorts, saying that just because someone learns something doesn't mean they can use it in battle. And he adds no matter how strong you become, or how many spells you cast, the human body has a limit. But of course, the latest comments that he managed to burn the light of the stars and transcend the limits of the human body, a power reserved for a few. Recalling a memory, the protagonist sees himself running, burning mana instead of stars. As he passes, we return to the scene of the MCS battle with her rival. There the divine scale forms again in the sky, staying her enemy defeated. She states that she has won and will now propose a deal. She turns to the scales she produced and demands an exchange. The bargaining object will be her own body and flesh. The girl is still unsure if she really wants to make this deal, and she starts sweating cold. It's something definitive. In its usual inquisitive tone, the divine scale responds, "Pay the price before anything is done." Extending her hand, she says that the price to be paid will be the remainder of her mana.